Legend behavior, legend behavior, locked in. Y'all know what time it is. Locked in. Play. I make the rules, rack up the jewels, make it look smooth. You know how I do. Running this kingdom, wish you could be. Better look up, cause that's where you feel it. Give me the crown now, cause I own the throne now. I hold the scroll now. I'm in control now. Ruling the game. I'm ruling the game.
Hello everyone and welcome for round 3 of the Balkan GT Challenge from Kyalami, the third race of season 0, a special event that took birth earlier this year between 3 nations, Greece, Romania and Turkey. 3 leagues are combining forces with their top 10 drivers from each league competing each other in 4 rounds of the Balkan GT Challenge, and tonight we will be racing here from, as you can see hopefully from your screens, from rainy Kyalami, a tricky track. We have a lot of things to talk about and many things to say about this track, and alongside me tonight will be Stathis Kokorogiannis and Alexandros Sikluvan, who will join us later on. Stathi, good evening.
Hello Lefteris, hello everyone, and welcome to round 3 of the inaugural season of Balkan GT Challenge. We are here from, as I can see from the pictures I got, the rainy Kyalami, not actually rainy, flooded Kyalami. The race direction sets flooded Kyalami. So we are ready to witness a powerboat GT3 racing in this famous track. I honestly cannot wait. After the results, the race of Suzuka a fortnight ago or 3-4 weeks ago, I honestly cannot remember when it was with so many races here on F1 Action. We are expecting a very different race from the past 2 occasions on Suzuka and Silverstone, and anything is possible tonight.
Anything is possible, as we saw last Wednesday here from Kyalami. We had our let's say local race for the F1 Action GT3 Series League, a hectic race, a messy race. It's the nature of the track such that it's very easy to push drivers to mistakes. It's a very technical track, and we had a huge, massive accident in turn 1 in the opening lap of the race, and after that the events kept on happening for several corners down the track. But before we talk about Kyalami, we should do a recap and see where we are where do we stand from the beginning of this series, by showing you the standings of this competition between nations and teams. So let's start with the standings of the teams. So after 2 races that took place so far, in the first place of the team standings we have Football Club Rapid home, because we have an away version of the team. The Romanian crew is still leading the Balkan GT Challenge after 2 rounds with 54 points. Followed closely by the Greek crew of Omega Sports with 32 points, and in the third place we have Missed Apex Sim with 32 points as well. Fourths in the standings in another Greek crew, the Game Space Mediterranean College with 30 points. In the 5th position we have Team Anatolia with 29 points. 6th is the Road Runners Vroom Vroom with 28 points, and Road Runners Beep Beep, it's a sister team, with 27 points, 1 point behind. In the 8th place we have Wise Racing from Romania with 24 points. And in positions 9, 10 and 11 we have 3 Turkish crews. Tenax Racing is leading the way with 24 points. Sensible Racing is following with 23 points. Digital Racing, AK Motorsport with 21 points. In the 12th position we have Hellas Sim Missed Apex Racing with 19 points. In the 13th position Hellas Sim Purple with 18 points. In the 14th place we have the sister team of the leader of the series, the Football Club Rapid 1923 away team with 16 points. In the 15th place we have Cerberus Racing with 14 points. And in the 16th place we have the sister team of the team that is second in the standings, it's Omega Red, with 12 points. Moving on, we have in the 17th position the Turkish crew of Kemikli with 12 points. Helasim Gold in the 18th position with 10 points. Simracers Turkey Racing Team with 5 points is at the 19th position of the standings. 20th is the Monday Racers with 5 points. 21st Digital Racing Squad VSG with 4 points. 4 points have also the crew of the Dennis Bank Wildcats in the 22nd place. Aperta Motorsport and S-Force, along with PG Motors and Cosmorali Kart Academy, they haven't managed to score any points so far. And of course after that you can see at Servio, Caspian Motorsport, GTS Motorsport and Garage 90, all those crews you can see with minus points because they haven't managed to participate in some of the races, and that of course comes with a penalty in the points. Let's see the nation standings now. So after 2 races we have the Greek crews leading the Balkan GT Challenge Series with 205 points, followed by the Romanian crews second with 143 points, and the Turkish crews are third with 109 points. You can see that they have all competed in 2 races so far. Tonight we will see the 3rd race. The first race was won by the Romanian crew. The second race was won by a Greek crew. The Greek crews have also managed to have 2 pole positions, 1 fastest lap in 1 race, and the other one went to the Romanian crews. All those parameters, wins, poles and fastest lap, contribute points towards the final standings that you can see in the screens. So there you have it with the standings, and I believe that the server is down because they were setting, there had to be some changes at the very last moment, so we will have to reconnect again, I think, Stathi.
I already have reconnected to the server. So at Suzuka Lefteri we had a different result than Silverstone Omega Esports. Team Greece won the race by a comfortable margin. Let me get the correct sheet. Yes, they won by 20 seconds from Rapid, the number 19 crew, the Romanian crew, and Missed Apex Sim were in 3rd position, Tenax Racing in 4th, and Team Anatolia in P5. The standings, the classification is the gap between the leaders is a little big, but it can be overturned in the 2 rounds that are left at Kyalami, and the 4th race, I believe, is at the Nürburgring. So we've seen many many different results happening, and of course, in a race, anything is possible, and with the rain, that it will affect. I am pretty sure the outcome of today's race. It changes the strategies, and the teams must find a new way to adapt in these difficult conditions. We may even see dry racing. I am not sure. I haven't seen the forecast past 30 minutes. All I see is rain, rain, rain. Now the track is wet. Earlier it was flooded, and we have 26 degrees air temperature and 23 air temperature, 26 track temperature. There is no wind, so that won't affect the cars, but the rain is a different animal to handle, and these cars are very heavy. It will be a difficult task for all the drivers, all the teams, because you never know what conditions you will be in, if the setup is correct. You don't know what the pressures will do, how the characteristics of the car will change throughout the stint or throughout the race. We have there are many hours in this race, so anything can change. I believe the drivers are now in drivers briefing from the organization, and yeah, I don't think that there are any predictions possible. We will start the qualifying soon, I believe. So yeah, fasten your seatbelts and get ready for an amazing race.
Well, as I was saying in the opening of the preview of the pre-race show, we had our race here on Wednesday, and it was very messy. And Kyalami, traditionally in our league at least, gives very messy races because it's a very technical track, a lot of technical corners. We have I believe a fairly long straight and a pretty wide turn 1 after that, and this gives the opportunity to many cars to challenge for position each other. And coming out of this straight with 30 cars or so fighting for positions, it will be very difficult. It's very easy to do a mistake, and there are a lot of cars following. And we can see a big crash. I mean, we have seen big crashes. We saw one last Wednesday, and this makes it even more difficult with the factor of the wet tarmac, or as you more accurately said, flooded tarmac, not only wet. As you can see up in the upper corner, in the upper right corner of your screens, you can see that there's no there's no chance of the raining being stopped in the next at least 30 minutes. We will have a short qualifying session in your screens now. You can see the full schedule of the event today. So we were about to start the qualifying for 10 minutes a few minutes ago, actually 3 minutes ago, but there was a technical issue, and this issue still remains. Yes, I can see everyone off the server, I think, again, and then we will have to reconnect again. This happened because there were some crews changing their drivers lineup in the very last moment. That's why we insist towards all teams or participant teams to state their crews at least one day ahead, so just to avoid this last moment issues. So they will have to reschedule the entry list with the names that have been changed, and that's why we keep on losing connection to the server, and they are setting up the server and back again. So hopefully we will see the qualifying in a few minutes away from now.
And hopefully Alex will join us also. I believe he's making the final adjustments on the entry list, and who knows, maybe the track will dry out
by
before.
then. By then.
By then, the track will dry out, and we may see. This will throw in the bin the strategy of all the teams who are expecting rain throughout the race. You don't know what will happen, and everything will happen, I believe. And these conditions make, in my opinion, the qualifying even more difficult and even more important for the race. You want to be as far in the front of the grid as possible, because the spray of the cars may result in an accident, an incident. You never know. Enough on the track. Maybe some cars will have damage. We don't wish for these things to happen, of course, because we want battles and excitement throughout the race and until the final lap. And I am sure we will witness amazing battles in the rain at Kyalami. What a wonderful combination that is. So if you just joined us, we are waiting for the server to reboot to begin the qualifying session for the third round of the Balkan GT Challenge.
Okay, and until that happens, we can see the rosters of the teams for today. So let me bring those up to your screens. So let's start with the Greek crews. So for tonight's race we have for Omega Sports, Haris Mitropoulos and Vangelis Klironomos will be competing. For Game Space Mediterranean College Sports we will have Petros Prokos and Yorgos Parthenis. For Missed Apex Sim we will have Panagiotakopoulos and Delphinis. For Roadrunner Vroom Vroom we will have Petsas and Kokinis. For Omega Red, the sister team of Omega Sports, we will have Tasopoulos and Kondogiannis. We have three sister teams for Hellas Sim. The first one is Hellas Sim Gold with Spiropoulos and Labros. Then we have Hellas Sim Missed Apex Racing with Takour and Giannakopoulos. Then we have the sister team of Roadrunners, the division of Bip Bip this time with Mamoulakis and Saradidis. And Cosmos Rally Kart Academy will be racing with Vasilis Psifidis and Vasilis Kotsinis. And lastly, the 10th Greek crew consists of Siopis and Christian Gzibowski for Hellas Sim Purple. Now let's move to see the Turkish crews for tonight's race. We have some absentees. You will see only 10 teams out of 8. So Sensible Racing will be racing with Yuneshu and Aydin. Dennis Bak Wildcats will be racing with Aydogan and Sarikaya. Team Anatolia with Aichicek and Ipek, a very strong duo that, as we have seen so far from the previous two races. Kemikli will be racing with Yuce and Saritas. Garage 99 will be racing with Senturk and Akaroglu. Caspian Motorsport with Akiol and Unal. And Simracers Turkey Racing Team will be racing with Selvi and Berkan. And the 8th crew for tonight from the Turkish crews, S-Force, consists of Albal and Aydogan. And last but not least, of course, the Romanian crews. We have Drago Simeon and Sebastian Apostol for Football Club Rapid 1923 Esports Home. Horatiu, a newcomer, will be racing alongside Grama with Digital Racing Squad VSG. Then we have the Cerberus Racing Project with Oprea and Konstantin. PG Motors with Enache and Pirvu. Wise Racing with Mikinete and Miklea. Digital Racing Squad, AK Motorsport, a joint force team, consists by Poama and Rosu. And the 7th crew is at Servio Esports with Prepelica and Tufeanu. We are missing tonight, unfortunately, due to obligation 3 Romanian crews. They will only participate with 7. So at this moment, Aronostathis, if you have reconnected to the server.
Yes. So I can confirm.
I will do the same then.
I think the rain will increase its intensity in the next 30 minutes. I don't know if this is good or bad news for the drivers to be honest with you. I see 21 cars right now in the pit lane. I am not sure if we are expecting. Oh, just I said it. It's gone up to 22 cars in the pit lane right now. We have all of our protagonists from the previous races, if I am not mistaken. Many BMWs, many Aston Martins, Audis, Porsches, and AMG. And Lefteris, I don't know if the latest update on ACC has arrived yet.
No.
No. Okay,
No.
because we're expecting big changes with the new cars, and I am not. I haven't read the notes for the patch, so the grid will get mixed up a little bit.
Yes, I don't know what will happen after the massive update that is coming on April 19th. Most of the people do not know what's coming. We only know that there are some new cars that will be introduced into the game, but there will be also some changing in the tire models and in the physics of the cars. So there will be plenty of time. Actually, we have postponed our scheduled race. We were about to race in the 19th of April at Spa for the GT3 series of F1 Action. And as you can understand, I believe we had to postpone this race because it's the same date that the update will come. And after that, we gave another 2 weeks of, let's call it a break, so as everyone will get familiar with what came along with the update and start to adjust. But tonight we are before the update. We know the standards, we know what to expect. We have seen the cars actually here at Kyalami. Honda did pretty well. I mean, drivers with Honda cars are expected to do well here at Kyalami. It's a track that helps or works well with the Honda cars. Ferraris are pretty decent at this track, Porsches as well. So I'm expecting those 3 brands to be close in the battle for pole position and in the battle for the race. BMWs, it's literally a nightmare, Kyalami, for the BMWs, the way we saw it in our last race here at Kyalami. I don't know how all those facts that I gave you are affected by the rain, but in any case, from whichever perspective you see it, there is a key factor that plays an important role, and that is, of course, the driver. You can have the best car, and you could have a very mediocre driver. You will not get the result in any way. So it's a combination of cars, of drivers, and of the weather, as we can see it tonight. And it will be a very, very stressful qualifying session. And the reason that I'm saying that is that if I remember correctly, on a dry track last Wednesday for the League of F1 Action of the GT3 series, lap times for the qualifying were around 1 minute and 40 seconds. So with the flooded track, it should be at least 1 minute 50 seconds. That's nearly 2 minutes, and the qualifying session is only 10 minutes. So there will be a lot of traffic, there will be so little time for the qualifying to be completed, only 10 minutes. So it's important to start from a very nice position in the starting grid, of course. It's a long race, of course, but qualifying will be very crowded, I believe, and very hectic. And as I can see, we have swapped to the qualifying session, and we have alongside us finally Alex Siklovan. Alex, good evening, welcome.
Hi, it's a pleasure to finally relax here in the commentary booth after all the technical stuff that needed last minute fixing. But now we have everyone ready for this qualifying session and the wonderful evening of racing. Let's get it on.
the Honda of Giannakopoulos, the number 213, is the first one on track, followed by Spiropoulos in the 59. Aston Martin, everyone hastily goes on track. I believe the first drivers will get maybe 4 laps, maybe 5 laps. We are not entirely sure. Track position will play a huge role here. We don't know about track evolution. We don't know how much the weather affects the cars, how much fuel the drivers have on their cars. Mitropoulos is the only one in the garage right now, the number 6 Porsche, the winners of Suzuka. We are expecting them, I believe, out on track. And with the rain, I don't think you can make any predictions at all, no matter if you are a favorite for a race win, the championship, a driver or a team who finished in the midfield in the earlier races. I don't think this is time for predictions right now. It's time to survive, set a good lap, don't go off track limits, and see where you are from there.
Of course, we're gonna expect some surprises. It's always the case whenever it rains, but still, I would highly rate people like Haris Mitropoulos, Dragos Simeon. People like him could always be up front. Also, a few other cars. I mean, yeah, whenever you have the first time it rains, I mean, we know the scenario here. As opposed to many other races, we kind of knew, we were certain that the first 2 races would be dry and this one would be wet. So it's not as unpredictable as it usually is, just because everyone had the chance to start training and prioritize these conditions. We basically trained only in the wet, knowing that the race is going to be wet, which is not necessarily the case when for the top drivers when they are competing in events with big weather randomness, where anything is possible, and where you can easily ignore, if you don't have a lot of time for preparation, you're gonna start lapping in the dry, and then only if you have the time, you will start pushing in the wet as well. I do remember a lot of races where some drivers really prayed for the rain not to come, because they were off guard, not very well prepared for that. Here I'm expecting everyone who has put in the hours to have used the right conditions, these conditions. The track state is wet. It's a very good thing that it's not flooded. Those are the conditions when any time you can be surprised by aquaplaning effect and basically improper conditions for racing, despite being simulated in ACC. It's no pleasure for anyone, but simple wet weather conditions like this one are always fine.
We have the very first lap times being scored, as Alexandru was explaining the situation that we expect to see here at Kyalami. Panagiotis Petsas is in provisional pole position so far. He just removed Spiropoulos from there. Dragos Simeon is in 3rd position. Giannakopoulos 4th, Tufeanu. This will change many times because we have 5 minutes, I believe, maximum 2 laps for each crew by the checkered flag of the qualifying session, Alex.
Yes, not a lot of time for timed laps. I think everyone has tried to get into the groove, have just one outing on track, and see if they can step by step chip in to the fastest possible lap times. I don't think there's any point in going out 2 times on a racetrack, as you would have done maybe in the dry with as little fuel as possible. Here the impact of fuel is minimal. We're going to talk about this during the race, but for now we see the Ferrari of Petsas ahead of an Aston Martin, a BMW, a Honda, and a McLaren. So basically almost everyone is up there and soon we're gonna have the Porsche of Haris Mitropoulos, probably there as well, for more variety, for a proper distribution. And here it is. Look at that lap time, 151.2. This is to me something that might already be unbeatable for everyone else. The Porsche is a fantastic car. Is a fantastic car on this racetrack. Look at Yiannakopoulos coming quite close. I would say 3/10 is a very decent lap time. 4/10 now down is Simeon coming up to third place. I am expecting more 51s indeed, but this looks like a provisional pole lap. That's almost perfect. Look at the Ferrari of Petsas coming in there. Basically, his main aim is to contradict what we are saying here, and I'm glad that he's attempting this.
Simeon has also improved his P4 right now. Petsas returns to the pits. Who's on a flying lap? Selvi in the SRTR Racing team, the number 69 Bentley. Let's see if he can improve his lap time. Only 3 cars haven't set competitive lap time yet. Guniesu will do it. He goes P6 for Sensible Racing, the number 83. Pirvu in the PG Motors AMG is not on a good lap. He's in the last corner. Who else is improving right now? Mitropoulos improving. He's on the last sector of Kyalami right now of the track.
Yeah, we're gonna see a 150.
The last corner.
We are expecting that 150 lap time.
He's on a very good lap.
And Mitropoulos is gonna be really close to the 49s, I think. Let's see, it's gonna be 150. I bet it is, and it's 50.4. And again, the gap is huge compared to everyone else. Look at that very solid lap time from Mikinete. Now Yiannakopoulos relegates him.
0.7.
0.7. Again, I don't know who's able to run in 150s. Maybe Dragos Simeon. Yeah, he's on a fast lap now. At the end of the lap. At the end of the lap, and same time as Petsas, but since he's the second one to post it, he's going to be behind Petsas if he's not finding anything. He still has 2 more laps to go, because only now from the 95 that's crossing the line, they are entering in their final lap. But Mitropoulos, Yiannakopoulos, Petsas, Simeon, everyone around here, they can still finish this lap and have another go. And I see that the rain is decreasing. The conditions are improving ever so slightly. Nothing dramatic. You don't expect, I don't know, 48s in this session. But Haris Mitropoulos is now finding another few tenths. Maybe we're gonna see a 49. Maybe, just maybe.
Mamoulakis jumped everybody, and from the back of the grid, he's currently second.
Yeah,
1-2 for the Porsches. Very close, very close. If we take Mitropoulos out of the equation, the gaps are very, very, very small. Very small. From P2 to P15 is 8 tenths and 1 second, covering 16, 17 cars. Let's see. Mitropoulos now is in the final corner of the racetrack, and he is improving. Let's see where he will stop the time sheets. Will it be no, it won't be a 49. 50.3.
And he's stopping. He doesn't have any more fuel for a final attempt. This could have been possible. Yiannakopoulos points a 50.9. This is again an awesome time there for the Honda driver, splitting the 2 Porsche and putting up a second 50 there. But Mamoulakis is on a great lap. As far as I see, Dragos Simeon has finished a lap that didn't bring any improvement. Petsas is on an improvement, but Mamoulakis, he's in the final corner now. There's some traffic, but it won't impede him now. Mamoulakis can get up to second place now and quite close to Mitropoulos. Look at the lap.
How close?
It's gonna come now.
Oh, 2 tenths. 2 tenths of a second. P2 for Mamoulakis, and again the Porsches in 1 and 2. Anyone else improving a lot? I don't see. Petsas is improving.
And
he's
Dragos
in the final. Sorry, excuse me, what?
Yeah, Petsas and Dragos Simeon are improving.
Yes,
Giannakopoulos
they
is
are
also
improving.
So first we're gonna have Petsas crossing the finish line. He's in the penultimate corner, and now he's rounding out the final left-hander. Let's see, 3 or 4 tenths. This can bring him up to P3. Let's see if he's gonna be the best non-Porsche driver. And yes, he is. Yes, he is up to the second row. Now we're gonna switch to Giannakopoulos, who's close to improve, but only by a tenth. A tenth could be useful to get him back up to P3. Let's see what he can pull out in the Honda. Final corner for him for the 213 car. And will it be third place back again? No, it's not. It's not an improvement. And Dragos Simeon, he's in the final corner now, and he's looking for a 3 to 4 tenths improvement. Could be up to P3 for Dragos Simeon, who left it very, very late in this session. How high is it gonna be? For 2,000ths of a second, it's not P3, it's just P4 for the BMW. But still, this is the championship leading car, and we gotta keep an eye on this battle. Haris Mitropoulos did his part with a brilliant pole lap. And this BMW, I think it's in damage limitation mode. But what would this limitation be? P2, P3, even lower. How close will we be ahead of the final?
Very important lap from Dragos Simeon, putting the BMW number 19 on the second row. But Haris Mitropoulos once again does it for the number 6 of Omega Esports Porsche 911 GT3R pole position. I believe this is the third pole position, the third straight pole position of the team. They have swept the qualifying session so far.
Poles,
amazing performance on one lap pace. And let's see now what will happen in the race, which will start in less than 4 minutes time. Drivers and teams will alter and decide what their strategies will be for the first stint. And let's see who will make an adjustment or a driver change, driver swaps, what their approach will be for the first lap. And the other thing we don't know, it's the weather. We don't know what the weather will do for the next 3 hours.
We know it's gonna be wet, but how wet? This can radically change the complexity of the race, because depending on how wet it is, it can be more feasible or not to try and extend the stint lengths. In some cars, I am expecting this race to be a one-stopper. There is a Bentley on this grid. Tanner Selvi has that Bentley in P21, and that car, even in the dry, it can go very, very long. But in the wet, I think they can split this race into 2 equal halves and only pass through the pits just once. For other cars, okay, the essential thing would be if they can reach out to the 80-minute mark with one driver in the wet. We've seen it being done in the dry. It's clearly feasible in the wet as well. But it depends in what engine map you will pursue these 80 minutes. What would be the fuel consumption? Various variables do matter in the wet. So I think this is the idea. Will it be a two-stopper? That's going to be the most frequent. Yeah, one driver reaching a minimum of 80 minutes just to check out the condition, and then the other driver either swapping his, splitting his 100-minute stint into 2 equal halves with new tires coming up, or maybe going long again for about 80 minutes and then just doing a splash and dash if his wet weather tires are still in good condition. On the other side, let's see what cars can pull out a strategy with only one stop. We're going to see them. They will not stop at the 80-minute mark. They will try to extend their stint up to about 90 minutes and do a 50-50 between the two drivers. It's surely possible in the Bentley. I highly doubt in cars like a Mercedes that this is possible, or a Porsche. Maybe the BMW can pull it off. For other cars, I don't really have the experience to know. for instance, if a Honda can pull this off. But these would be the two possible strategies. I highly doubt we're going to have free stoppers in such conditions.
Well, we had a race on Wednesday on Kyalami, and out of it, what came was a meme. So, watch it on your screens, and we will talk about it afterwards. Έχουμε δει ατυχήματα, έχουμε δει δράματα. Είναι γενικά όσους αγώνες κάναμε, ήταν επεισοδιακοί.
Τέτοια αλφαδιά.
All those happened under dry conditions, of course, during the night. Today we have flooded conditions. Let's hope that we won't see similar events like the one that you just saw on your screen that made us create this meme. The song says that I'm somebody else. I live in a paranoia. That's how we connected the song to what happened to Kyalami last Wednesday, Alex.
Okay, may I crack a joke based on this meme? This was quite funny to me. I was just thinking that was the selection process, maybe who is coming from the Greek league towards the Balkan league and who is not yet ready. Or do you see people who got hefty penalties in that race also racing tonight? Let's see if they learned their lessons. I don't know. You tell me who were the culprits, who were the drivers guilty of causing such public lobby carnage. It happened to every one of us in every league. We had starts like this. It's good that we don't race at Bathurst in this series, but maybe in the next season we're gonna put that on the calendar as well.
So the cars are on the track, are on the formation lap, 3-hour race. You can see on the top of the screen, top right, the intensity of the rain will increase in the next 10 and 30 minutes. Track temperature 27 degrees. It's quite hot, actually, for rainy conditions. We have two Porsches on the first row. We have two Roadrunner, the Beep Beep and the Vroom Vroom racing. I actually cannot remember which is the Vroom Vroom and which one is the Beep Beep, but we have two Roadrunners cars.
The Beep Beep is the one with the Porsche, and the Vroom Vroom are the ones with the Ferraris.
Okay, so we have three
similar
Greek
sounds.
crews.
It's logical.
Yes, it makes sense.
And one Romanian crew, the number 19, very important qualifying session. Drago Simeon extracted the maximum out of the BMW M4 GT3, amazing lap from the championship leader. He's surrounded by Greek entries, so all they have to do is to be very, very careful towards the start of the race, not like what they are doing now. Please keep it calm, keep it clean, and start the powerboat engines, and we are about to go. We are 3 corners before the race start. The field will close up and prepare for the start of the 3 hours of Kyalami for Balkan GT Challenge Season 0, Round 3, the penultimate round of the season. It's going to be an amazing journey tonight through the rain. Grab your umbrella and get ready for amazing racing.
Okay, we are exiting the last corner. We have in positions 2, 3 and 4 the cars that were on the podium at the first round of the Balkan GT Challenge, and then in pole position we have the car that has won in Suzuka. Everybody's lining up, and now we have the green lights. It's a good getaway from Drago Simeon, who is already up to P3. He's defending there, the inside line, but the Honda is going to try something. Let's see if we have any meme material. Yeah, Mikinete is off the road, and also the Vroom Vroom Ferrari. Everything happens behind the top 3. Haris Mitropoulos keeps his lead from Mamulakis and Simeon, but it's chaos at the back, hopefully with not a lot of damage. Everybody has recovered, and they are now pointing in the right direction on the Kyalami racetrack, so it's nothing sinister in this first corner. We can resume racing from a good position for the top 3. Not a happy start for the 131 Ferrari of Petsas, and also from Andrei Miklea or Silvia Michinet, I don't know, who is currently in the Wise Racing McLaren car. Also, Cătălin Tufeanu is at the back.
very clean start for the pole sitter, the front row. They had a decent start. Behind them there was chaos, but the most important thing for the championship leader Drago Simeon was that he didn't get involved in the incidents, and he's pushing Mamulakis for P2 while he has created a gap from Ilias Siopis for more than 1 second. Siopis is under attack from Giannakopoulos.
Good start from that Audi car. They weren't really shining in quali. The 131 again.
Two cars are off.
Purvu as well, the number 7. There are a lot of issues there.
I think the 83 had spun, and the Ferrari of Petsas has a lot of damage. He got involved with 2 other cars, and I think the Mercedes. Where is the Mercedes? Contact between Miklea and the 999 of Tassopoulos. Tassopoulos tried to attack the McLaren. As I'm switching between cars, the live timing system has gone crazy a bit, and I got a little bit lost. I'm sorry about that. Alex?
Yeah, so we have Petsas into the pits already. He cannot continue with such damage. We have Miklea on the other side. He was alongside Petsas, and now he's starting to claw his way back through the pack. He's now chasing Tanner Selvi after getting rid of Tassopoulos. Albal and Purvu have also been involved in some incidents, but there are fights almost everywhere. I think Giannakopoulos is one of the most impatient drivers at the current time. He's looking to get past Siopis. In quali, the Honda was quite visible, quite willing to take a top position, and now as we head for the Crocodile, he's trying to force the issue there, but Siopis has done a brilliant braking maneuver, and he's continuing to frustrate Giannakopoulos. Giannakopoulos feels like he has the pace to run with the top 3. Haris Mitropoulos is starting to edge away from Mamulakis just as he did in the previous round. He's continuing his normal streak. It's business as usual for him to run at a pace like this. Let's see whether Drago Simeon can maybe tackle Mamulakis' position. It's not really obvious at the time, but as I said, there are fights everywhere, and there are a lot of cars that are out of position, I would say, fast cars that had trouble in the opening lap.
Brokos made an overtake at turn 1 to Horatiu for P10, and I think the 83 of Aydin overtook Oprea in the McLaren. There's a huge battle going on there as the cars are swinging left and right, almost a touch. Side by side, the McLaren and the BMW of Yuce.
It's the Audi, yeah.
He overtakes Oprea 2. Back in front, Giannakopoulos is 0.2 behind Siopis in the 923 Audi. I think Giannakopoulos and Siopis will try and close the gap to Simeon, might try and overtake him. He's vulnerable in a way because he's leading the championship. Drago Simeon, the number 19 BMW, the crew, the Romanian crew. Oh, a small mistake from Siopis. This allows Giannakopoulos to get by him and takes 4th place. So the Honda is now released in front of the Audi, and let's see what's the pace of Giannakopoulos compared to Simeon. We go until lap 3 now, with Mitropoulos having a 2.2 gap from Mamulakis, and then another 2.2 to Simeon. Giannakopoulos 0.7 behind him.
Yes, Giannakopoulos seems to be the one on the move. I think he can challenge for P3 and even P2, in my opinion. I don't know the P1 is a bit too much to ask for this crew, but obviously getting rid of Siopis has been a positive thing for this team.
P17, 18 and 19, we have a close battle between Selvi, Tassopoulos and Tufeonu, wheel by wheel.
Oh.
Drive
through
penalty, yeah.
For number 26, Palma. He's in 7th place. Alex Palma, the Aston Martin. What I would like to talk about for a bit, since we don't have any side-by-side battles, and I will be very, very quick. It's the point system. The first place takes 30 points, second place 24, and third place takes 20 points. Now, Simeon is leading. Then the number 19, BMW, is leading the number 6, Porsche, by 22 points. If the gap goes down by 10, then we go in the final race with a 12-point gap between the leaders. So Simeon does not want to lose any more positions. We have almost 3 hours ahead of us, but one position down means minus 2 points, all the way down to P20.
Yes, it's a short calendar, but it's important for this crew that basically were on the lucky side of things in Silverstone. They weren't the fastest, but they inherited the lead after that crash between the sister BMW and the number 6 Omega Esports Porsche. They can be conservative. They can just streak away with P2s and P3s and still be ahead, even if their rivals will align 3 consecutive victories. But they cannot afford to be off the podium in this race and the other one. I mean, 2 P3s with Omega winning both races is enough. A P3 and P4 is not enough already, as you explained.
Well, I think it won't be enough, because fastest lap gives 2 additional points. If the number 6 wins the next 2 races with the number 19 in P3 with the fastest laps, the number 6 will take the championship by 2 points. So
yeah,
it's
forgot
important.
about those
Yes,
fastest lap points. Yeah.
It is noted on our SimGrid
100%.
8.
And it's now in the hands of Metropolis, the provisional fastest lap. We don't know, maybe. As you see, in 30 minutes, the rain will decrease. Maybe there will be periods in this race on the second fresh set of wet weather tires in less rainy conditions. Maybe there will be time to improve on the current 51.3, which is the fastest lap of the race after just 4 completed laps. I think it's not gonna stick around there.
So Giannakopoulos is putting pressure on Simeon. Gap is now 0.3. Let's see, he's closing very, very, very fast. Let's see, he goes on the inside. Is that a change for P3? Yes, it is. Very late on the brakes from the Honda. Can he keep it stick? Yes, he does. Simeon didn't even defend his position. This is very important. I don't know if they are on a different strategy. Maybe the BMW will try and go long, follow the one-stop strategy, as you, Alex, said earlier. But this is an important change for the race. He's now 6 seconds behind the leader, Mitropoulos, and out of the podium provisionally, of course, but out of the podium.
I've seen a technical detail now on the Honda. I was placing my camera on it. They are running a very aggressive current mapping. Oh, and it's an error from Mamoulakis. A big mistake there from Mamoulakis, and he's gonna be caught up by Giannakopoulos, who can bounce on the inside and claim P2. So I was saying about this Honda that they are currently racing in map 4, which is the most aggressive one, the most powerful one, and the one that consumes the most fuel, which is the exact opposite of what the BMW seems to be doing, which is in a quite conservative engine map at the time.
I think the difference in the straight line speed gave us that impression without even looking at the mapping, but it is a very important technical information regarding the two cars. So with that in mind, do you think that the Honda is on a two-stop strategy and the BMW may be trying to make it on one?
It's clear that for now, I don't know how many stops they will be pulling, but the Honda is not racing in a conservative way. They are not looking at some fuel consumption targets. They are just pushing as hard as they can, doing 51s. They are one of the few cars that are able to do these 51s. Mamoulakis was also able to do those, but only these top three cars were basically sometimes heading into the 51s, sometimes for Giannakopoulos and Mamoulakis, always for Mitropoulos. He didn't put a single wheel wrong or off the 51s, and that's why in 12 minutes his lead is already 6.7. Look at the Honda, it's sliding a lot on the outside of corners. It's not very efficient. I think now that they have made these overtakes, they are in the best possible position that's attainable. I think the Omega leading car is too much to ask for. They can maybe switch off the engine a bit, and from then on we'll see whether Mamoulakis can maybe retaliate.
Huge battle going on for P13 right now. Delphinis in the BMW is pushing Yuce and Spiropoulos now 0.2 behind Siopis. Something happened to Siopis, I believe, and he lost quite a lot of time compared to Simeon. The gap was visually nothing, and now it's almost 2 seconds. Something has happened there, and Simeon is now 1.4 behind Mamoulakis, and we have a change, I believe, for P18. Tasopoulos ahead of Selvi. Many things are happening at the same time. Mitropoulos has an advantage of 6 seconds right now, and Mamoulakis is chasing down Giannakopoulos for P2, and at the same time they're opening the gap. They're increasing their gap to Simeon, who is P4, and maybe perhaps on a different strategy. Lefteri.
Well, I'm watching the tower. There are a few battles happening actually in the back of the grid, and we have the same persons in those battles. Tufeano is one of them. Now he's chasing Delphinis. Tufeano's done a pretty good job climbing up the grid. He's now 14th. He completed the move, I believe, yes, on the BMW of Delphinis, and he's currently 14th. But we have to keep an eye on Mamoulakis and Giannakopoulos as well, because I was expecting, to be honest, given the technical information from Alex as well, that the Honda would pull away, but this doesn't seem to be the case right now. Mamoulakis...
They're struggling with traction, and now Mamoulakis is on the inside in the Crocodile Bend, and he's up to P2 once more. Remember that Mamoulakis has temporarily lost that position due to his own mistake. It was at no point that Giannakopoulos was that close to be able to pull that move in a fair fight. Now let's see on the start-finish straight. This is helping Dragos Simeon to keep close to this battle. Now Mamoulakis is back up to P2, and Giannakopoulos he doesn't seem very content. I think he's a bit too aggressive, a bit way too eager to be on the throttle in such conditions, and that's where he's losing time. We saw that move in the Crocodile Bend was lined up from the upper part of the circuit, that left-hander hairpin, exiting that corner. Giannakopoulos quickly lost traction, and from then on it was clear that the Porsche can be alongside.
So Alex, I have a question, very important question. What's the tire degradation in the rain on this track?
Minimal, close to zero. That's why I was saying that it can be worth for let's say a driver that needs to race for almost 100 minutes, not to split those 100 minutes into two equal stints with fresh tires, with new tires after 50 minutes. It's worth going long, going for 70, 80 minutes, and then coming in for just for a splash and dash, for the necessary fuel, 20 or 30 liters, whatever is required to finish the race. So this could be a strategy. I think even the cars that will be two stopping in this race might think up about having 3 stints, but only 2 sets of tires used, just because the wets will still be in a good condition. And this is because we will not have alternating periods of the track being dry. It will always be wet in our scenario, which means that at no point will we use the wet weather tires on a drying or dry track, because that's where they might be suffering a lot. In these conditions, you can even if you would want, as an experiment, even with the driver change, I think you can even do this race on 1 set of tires without having any dramatic tire drop off. Of course, if there are any second drivers in the chat now, they can easily contradict me with facts, but this is my impression based on my discussions with some of the teams.
Well, last Wednesday we had the 75 minutes race here at Kyalami, and there were quite a few drivers who went on to finish the race without any tire change. So,
yep. Was it wet?
No. And it was dry.
Right throughout the whole race. So, Giannakopoulos is starting to lose pace right now. Simeon is right on his tail, and he brings with him company. Siopis and Spiropoulos, 2 more Greek crews. In places 5 and 6, and Audi and an Aston Martin. These drivers are ahead of Psifidis in P7, and the first Turkish crew is Team Anatolia in P8. The Ferrari, the number 95, Aichicek, is pushing Psifidis for P7, and I think he has a little bit more confidence than the Honda driver. Let's see what the Turkish driver can do, if he can get on the inside at turn 1 and try and push for the top 5 places. After that, we've seen the 95, especially with the Aichicek on the wheel, being very, very competitive in the past 2 races, but they haven't had quite the perfect race yet.
Tufeanu keeps on climbing and climbing. He's now in P13. I believe he has the most overtakes of this race so far.
Yeah, he was one of the drivers involved in the turn 1 chaos alongside with Petsas, and I think it was also another BMW or Delphinis of Omega Red, of Tassopoulos, excuse me, and maybe even Delphinis. Maybe, I am not entirely sure who was involved in the turn 1 chaos. I might try it.
It's interesting that we only had 1 penalty based on that. Aichicek made a small mistake now, and he's off Psifidis. But following that lap 1 event, only Alex Pommer got a drive-through penalty, and 4 or 5 cars had delays. They had issues there. We see the lapped car of Petsas being shown the blue flag to Psifidis, and he has let Psifidis past. And now it's gonna be Aichicek, and then Prokos, and then everyone else. He's not in a good position now with this car, I would say. there's a lot of free space on the racetrack still, and the peloton is quite grouped now in the first sector of the racetrack and the final corner. But Petsas, after his lengthy repairs, is now in the same area, in the same space where he cannot make his own pace, not even now.
So what happened at the start was Petsas was the mid in the sandwich of Siopis and one other car behind them. Poama touched Petsas, who also hit the Porsche of Tufeanu at the exit of turn 1. Tufeanu was the innocent driver in this contact. And who was the other? Was it Psifidis? I think it might have been Psifidis on the inside of Petsas, and
there was that McLaren 54 on the outside also.
It got really messy. Pretty wide. And one was.
Psifidis is defending now because he made a mistake on this lap, and now Ajicek is back with him for P7. This fight is back on. Now Petsas has moved back past Psifidis, and now again Honda versus Ferrari, and also I think Petros Prokos is quite close now. If this battle continues, then the BMW will be a part of it really soon. And behind it, in P10 again, there's a close trio. Behind Horacio Franco, we have Aydin and Opera. Aston Martin, BMW, and McLaren. Again, a group that since they're fighting, they're just giving an.
Shobi Simeon for P4 on the outside. The Audi. Does he make it? Very brave dive on the outside. Let's see. Simeon resists, but he has the outside for the next left-hander. The Audi is in front. Yes, the championship leaders are down to P5. Sorry, Alex.
Yes, it's very relevant. This fight, they are now losing a place to the Audi. They're trying to bounce back, but with one eye on fuel consumption and the other one on the direct fights, it's not going to be easy for them. Piropoulos, he's quite close as well, and then it's the Psifidis Ajicek fight for P7, but that's not close to Simeon now. Again, they have to defend Siopis, the driver Simeon close by. Piropoulos has won a lot compared to these two on this lap, and their fight can only help the Aston Martin.
Oh, he dives.
P6. Yeah, he's trying to. There's a touch, and there's gonna be a clear penalty there. No discussion about this.
No.
It's going from bad to worse for the BMW. Now Spiropoulos on the inside in turn 1.
Another touch. Oh, almost. Simeon was lucky there. He was lucky there, but I think that was a mistake. It was a mistake. And again on the inside, the Aston Martin. I think Drago Simeon at this point of the race, he needs to relax. He needs to think about long term. He needs to think about the end of his stint, not making hasty decisions and making mistakes, because the dive on the inside of the Audi options was a mistake. He wasn't. It was half a dive. It was half a dive, and that may result indeed in a penalty. Spiropoulos is right on the tail of Simeon, and this development has huge implications for the championship.
Yeah, indeed. We don't even talk about what Mitropoulos is doing, because you can see it on the tower now. His lead is up to 9 seconds, and now we are waiting on a verdict for this incident between Siopis down to P9 and Dragos Simeon. Will it be 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15, or a drive-through? It really matters at the current time. How hard will this BMW be hit by the stewards now? And Spiropoulos is still pushing hard on the back of the BMW, and then it's gonna be Petsas, who has nothing to lose, a lapped car who is trying to unlap himself one by one. He's gonna be on the back of these two and this battle for fourth.
This is going to get very... Oh! Spiropoulos! That was a dive bomb and a half! Amazing overtake on Simeon. Simeon saw the dive from the Aston Martin and he opened the door. He didn't have any choice. Spiropoulos left no choice to Simeon but to open the door, avoid contact, and now the Aston Martin is in fourth place. That was a very brave maneuver from Spiropoulos. He trusted Simeon, or maybe he put the gun on his throat, and Simeon opened the door. He had no other choice. He had to avoid the collision, and in the end he conceded the place to the Aston Martin.
Let's see whether the Aston Martin can be consistent now, as he has gained the spot, or they're just gonna continue to frustrate one another. And in this situation, Dragos Simeon remains quite close to Lampros Spiropoulos in this battle for fourth. I mean, if the Aston is faster, this is the opportunity for him to start lapping on his own.
But yet again, I don't understand why Simeon dived on the inside of Siopis there. He's on a different strategy, different race. That was a very high risk maneuver in the last corner. Very high risk.
Sifidis versus Ajicek remains as close as it was. Meanwhile, Cătălin Tufano has moved past Aydin, past Oprea, and he's now knocking at the doors of a top 10. Just 1 second behind Horatiu Frâncu. And his progress is brilliant. Looks like what works for the top two cars. Having a Porsche underneath seems obviously fitting for Cătălin Tufano as well. He's also having a field day here. He's feeling really good in this car.
The incident is under investigation. Number 19 and number 923. Under investigation from the stewards, and we are waiting the verdict. This is critical. This is very important for the championship.
If this is under investigation, it means that we don't need to save some money for I don't know, eyeglasses for the stewards. Yeah, they saw what was obvious for everyone, and it's only a matter of what the penalty is gonna be, not whether we're gonna have a penalty or not.
Lefteri, what's your view on the incident between the BMW and the Audi?
Well, it's pretty clear who is to blame for the incident. What is even more clear is the situation of the Mercedes in P22. If you can have a quick look, actually in P21 it's Pirvu, sorry. Just wait to see the car from the front. It could be a fantastic skin, but it's not. It's not a car livery. The car is literally trashed, and he hasn't gone into the pits. He keeps on racing.
Well, that's interesting. Ajicek is still chasing Psifidis for P6. Tufeanu half a second behind Horatiu for P10. Also, there is a nice group of cars from P14 to P17. Juce, Miklia, Delphinis and Pom, and there is a change. I think Horatiu...
Yep.
Drive through! Drive-through penalty for car number 19, Simeon, the championship leaders. This changes everything. The championship is now in the mercy of Mitropoulos, who is in first place, has 10-second gap to Mamoulakis, and the championship leader.
The 923 is off the track.
Oh no!
There's an issue for the Audi. What happened there? Was it again some contact or? Yeah, I don't know.
I don't think that Simeon's team will agree with the drive-through. I honestly cannot tell which is a right penalty for this contact. I think the stewards have set the precedent, and they are the best ones to judge. I think the blame is on the number 19, but I cannot tell which.
I'm looking at a replay from Siopis, and he has lost the car by himself. There was nobody else involved. It was an innocent mistake there. He lost another 3 places. So yeah, we could say that there's a difference between what Puamo did at the start, massive damage for other cars, several cars involved, stuff like that, and what Simeon did here. Okay, he relegated Siopis a few positions down from P4 or 5 to P9, a net loss of about 10 or something like that, 10 seconds.
Maybe damage too?
Maybe some damage, but clearly the contact was causing way less damage than what Puamo did, and the penalties are similar. But in the end, I don't mind whenever stewards are being strict. Let's see what Simeon can do, where he will slot in. I think the pack behind him, as we're looking at the gaps, is quite close.
I check side by side with Sheffield, and finally the Ferrari, after so much effort, overtakes the triple.
And it's an error from Spiropoulos. Simeon is next to him on the outside of the crocodile. Spiropoulos made a costly mistake there. I was saying that the Aston should start doing its own pace, and he's not doing that at the moment. Simeon is heading for the pit lane. Careful with that 50 kilometers mark, and the last corner. It's very tight on the pit lane entry. He's gonna lose a lot of places. I think he's gonna be around Tassopoulos, in my opinion, because as I said, the rest of the pack didn't spread out a lot. He's accelerating now. No, he's ahead of Siopis. Okay, Siopis made the second mistake on his own, but now Dragos Simeon is back down in 12th place.
This is ironic.
Yeah.
In a way.
In a way.
So these two are back together.
Without Siopis making the second mistake, it would have been fair to have Dragos Simeon behind him after the penalty.
Yes.
So he's now ahead of Siopis only because Siopis made the second mistake.
So now Spiropoulos has a 4-second gap to Aitisek, and he's 10 seconds behind Giannakopoulos. Giannakopoulos has found rhythm again, as Mitropoulos does the fastest lap of the race, 1:50.897. I was watching the lap times of Mitropoulos and Mamoulakis. Mitropoulos is always faster from Mamoulakis, 1-2 tenths, and in some laps Mamoulakis loses a lot of time. Like the last one, he lost 8 tenths of a second, but he can barely match Mitropoulos on his lap times. He's again 2 or 3 tenths slower, but in some laps Mitropoulos increases the gap more and more. There is a yellow flag. Is that Spiropoulos?
The 59 again.
It is Spiropoulos.
Yes.
Oh, must be very careful. while rejoining the track. He lost it, I believe, on the curb of the penultimate corner. If I can guess, I didn't see it from the start, but this is my assumption. Alex.
Yeah. I was just looking through the lap times, and Giannakopoulos is once again very inconsistent. Sorry for criticizing, but he's the only car also capable of running 150s currently on the racetrack. The fastest lap is owned by Mitropoulos, a 50.897, so almost a 50.9, and a 50.9 is something that only George Giannakopoulos is also capable on this racetrack at the current time. And the fact that he's one lap in the 50s, 1 lap in the 51, stuff like that, means that he's basically swimming in there. He's not making any real impression on Mamoulakis, who is clearly more consistent than him. That's why the gap is now 3 seconds. It's only fireworks from Giannakopoulos. One fast lap, he's almost like doing, I don't know, time attack, cool down laps and flyers, cool down laps and flyers. This is strange, in my opinion. But we do have a fight for P5 now, and it's an interesting one. Tifidis has been caught up by Petros Prokos. I was saying about Tufano on the fringes of the top 10. He's now clearly in the top 10. Spiropoulos made a mistake. Dragos Simeon had a penalty. Siopis made a mistake. He made some passes by himself, and he's now up to P7. How high will this third Porsche car rise in this race? I don't know. It doesn't depend only on what Tufano is doing right now, but he's clearly on a charge, one of the most solid crews in this race.
I tend to agree with what you said about Giannakopoulos. He's one of the two drivers that have done a 1 minute 50 lap, but if you are not consistent, you won't get the result or the average lap times you want in your stint. It doesn't matter how fast you are. If you are not consistent, you won't get the result. It's simple as that. But if you stay on track, you might get a result. This is even more important. Gap between Mamoulakis and Giannakopoulos, 2.8. Simeon wants to regain the positions back. He's behind Aydin for the battle is for P11. His Turkish driver, Opera in P10, the number 77 McLaren. So he's within reach of the top 10. That's Dragos Simeon, the number 90. We still have 2 hours and 21 minutes left. We don't know the strategies. We don't know what the drivers will do. The teams have chosen. But the sure thing is that nothing is over. Anything can happen, and I won't be surprised if we see Simeon on the number 19 BMW on the podium.
I wouldn't be surprised either, because there are a lot of mistakes. I think now Mitropoulos is clearly showing his pace. He did a 50.6 last time around, and now he's rounding up the Kyalami racetrack in a 50.5. So he's just correcting the fastest lap with every passage. But he can only do one thing. He can only do win the race and claim the fastest lap. Now there's an error from Aydin. Simeon is on the outside. The two BMWs are in parallel, exiting the last corner. A better exit from Simeon, and he's ahead. Let's see whether Aydin will try to repass the Romanian BMW, who is forced to defend there.
Unwise from Aydin. I mean, he's entitled to defend or attack, but clearly Simeon is way faster, and Siopis is closing the pair of them. Oh, he goes for the move. No, I think he wanted to scare Simeon. It's not always a case that you're fighting with the championship leader if you're outside of the top 10. Props to Aydin, of course. But yeah, but now Siopis is lining up for a move. The Audi has clearly been one of the fastest cars out there today. Let's see how much it will take Siopis to overtake the BMW and then go, maybe, for Simeon have another battle these two.
The best movers in this race up until now, I spoke about Tufano, but also Aichicek up to P4 after everything that happened around him again. He has been gifted a lot of things from Petsas, from Simeon, from Spiropoulos, but you gotta be in that position. He won his battles, his direct battles with the likes of Tsifidis, but now he's safe there in that position. He has absolutely no problem in running in P4, quite far off the provisional podium, but still he doesn't have this battle up close. Tufano has caught up to Prokos, which is again something that was quite predictable in a way. Rareș Oprea is now passing Horatiu Frâncu, who made a small mistake in the last corner. Things are happening everywhere on the racetrack. There's that lap Mercedes that Prokos and Tufano are passing now in turn 1, and I think Tufano is just a matter of time until he will find his way past the BMW. The Porsche is clearly the faster car now. He's able to lap in 51s. Prokos is not. Their best laps, 51.3 for Tufano, 51.9 for Prokos. Last time around, Tufano did a 51.7. Prokos did a 52.6. So in all aspects, it's obvious that the Porsche car is the one that's on the offense. And after Prokos, I think Tsifidis is also a realistic target for Tufano in this phase of the race.
3 drivers now on the 1 minute 50s. Mamla has joined the club. The fastest lap of the race still remains with Mitropoulos, 150.5 for 2. Mamlax has done a 50.655. And Giannakopoulos, there's a change. Yes, I think.
Yeah, it's Tufano with a brilliant move. He literally squeezed the Porsche alongside the BMW in the grass on his left, and he somehow managed to make it stick. Prokos respected the move, and he was forced to leave the space. So Tufano has he has gained he has won a lot of the director's time, to be honest, but he has impressed me a lot because he's a free climber from the beginning of the race. He's now, yes, after 45 minutes, he's up to 6.
Franco is going towards the pit lane. Okay, this is strange to me. Yeah.
Number 16.
Yep. This car, we weren't really expecting pit stops. Are they going for a classical free stop race? It's clearly not the fastest way around, in my opinion, today. But if they want to split or if they have damage, then this is the idea. Okay, this has been a short pit stop. It's clearly not a 30-second stationary time. He has just refueled a bit, or whatever happened there. He's still in the car, obviously. A driver change takes 30 seconds. This hasn't been a 30-second stop, so it means same set of tires. And
I think there was contact. Yes, I think there was contact between Siopis and Aydin for P11.
Aydin has lost some time there. He's now behind Mikla.
Yes, in the right-hander. There was contact.
Simeon has earned a position when Frâncu pitted, and now he's lining up Rareș Oprea for his next move, and he's gonna have a free track ahead. But let's see whether the McLaren of Oprea can be a rival for a lap or 2 or 3, or if it's gonna be very, very easy. Looking at Giannakopoulos again, he does the same thing. He does a 1 minute 50, and then he's losing time. Tsifidis in the pits. Okay, interesting. Prokos in the pits.
And Oprea
in the pits. Okay.
Prokos did a mistake. He's spinning in the pit lane.
Okay, and okay, he moved back. Lucky move. But in theory, it could get you disqualified. Reversing in the pit lane. I do remember that ACC is not very happy about this, so careful with these moves. He doesn't know where his pit box is now because there were other cars there.
So they were blocking him.
a lot more time. He couldn't see that red spot that you can see as a driver. Again, a lot of lost time for him. Three cars in the pits. We're gonna have Sifidis restarting. He's gonna be the first one to rejoin the track. Then we're gonna have Obra and then Delfinis, or their teammates probably.
That was very interesting. So, this is what we were talking about earlier, consistency. Mamboulakis has done the fastest lap of the race, but he has lost 12 seconds to Mitropoulos. Are they lining up for a pit stop maybe soon? 150.1, 2 tenths faster, 150.9 from Mitropoulos. Let's see what Mamboulakis will do next. In the 50s was Aitzek earlier, 4 cars in the 50s, yes. And Mamboulakis in the pits, yes. They were lining up for a pit stop. I was correct. Mamboulakis in the pits after 47 minutes. That's interesting.
Yeah, that was correct. He did the fastest lap on his last lap before pitting, and now he's heading for the pits. What I was hearing from the championship leading car seems to be confirmed now. What I'm seeing now, they were saying we don't understand the pace of everyone around. It's strange for us that everybody else is not attempting to fuel save, and more cars are going towards the pits now.
Wow, this.
Yeah, which means that Simeon is now up to P5 already.
Oh no! Stop and go 30 seconds for car number 7. Enake. It's the AMG. That's unfortunate. From Bao towards the race.
That's a speeding in pit lane incident. That's why you get the stop and go 30, which is, I don't know, a bit exaggerated from ACC, because this is a system penalty, not something that the stewards dictate, and it's a bigger penalty than the, I don't know, big incidents that we are causing.
Yes.
are being hit with the drive-through, and just an innocent, I don't know, reprise of acceleration earlier than expected is a stop and go 30. These are the rules. You gotta avoid it. Otherwise, it's really hard on you.
Yeah,
so, Aichicek up to P3 now. This Ferrari is in an interesting position. And I'm starting to wonder, why do we see Parthenis back into the pits with that BMW? It's been there 1 lap ago. The 555 is back into the pits. A lot of mistakes are on the horizon. And unfortunately, we see them now. I think I'm expecting the Honda as well in the pits. I'd be surprised if the Honda will not go for an early pit stop as well, as Tufano is doing so.
That's very bad for the 555 BMW of Game Space Mediterranean College Esports. They are 4th in the championship.
Same for Tufano. He had to move past the 555, didn't know exactly where his pit box is, and he lost some time slowing down there just to be sure that he's not missing his allocated place to stop. And the rain intensity keeps on decreasing in 10 minutes, in 30 minutes, and it's been this way since quite a while. This is also relevant. It means that the battle for the fastest lap will continue, no matter who's in this race, because there is the potential of running faster and faster lap times now with other drivers, with new wet weather tires, even though the old ones are still in a good position. Here's a penalty for Tassopoulos, a 5-second penalty. The smallest penalty that we saw. It becomes 10 seconds. It's not just 5. You have to input 5 plus 5. That's the way the server admin commands are. You can't just type in 10 seconds at a time, but it's going to be 10 seconds in the end. And here's the Honda also heading for the pit lane.
Pit stop time. I think maybe some teams will opt for the 3-stop strategy, go on light fuel, because the pit lane is very short. They do not lose a lot of time with going 60 with 60 kilometers per hour. So let's see where Giannakopoulos will end up. He was the 213 Honda was 2-3 seconds behind the 777 of Sarantidis. Sarantidis is P8. It will be interesting to see what kind of pace the Porsche will do. Giannakopoulos is still stationary. 777 is on the main straight. Let's see. That goes down from the jacks and off he goes. Exits the pit lane and the 777 is way ahead of him. He's behind even Delphinis in the 987 BMW. And I need to talk about this car because the Mist Apex 987 BMW is third in the standings with 32 points. They are on par with Omega Esports, the number 6 Porsche, and 22 points behind the number 19 BMW. So they are climbing up the field. I don't know why they were so far back as the leader pits, Alex.
Yes, I've been expecting this as well, which proves that everyone except Dragos Simeon was on this strategy. It's interesting to see. So Haris Mitropoulos joins the pits after how much? After 52 minutes. I'm expecting him to do another 48 in his second stint. Obviously, you want to use Haris's speed for as much as possible in that crew, not taking anything away from his colleague, but he's obviously there to put on those lap times. So I think now he's going to be up for his second stint. It still remains to be seen whether his teammate will do a long 80-minute stint or two shorter ones, or one plus a splash and dash. It depends on their position in the race after what Mitropoulos is doing. I bet that he's staying in the car now. It should happen as Ajicek is now leading the Ferrari of Volkan Ajicek. Team Anatolia Purple is the new leader of this race, and
with the fastest lap.
With the fastest lap done last time around. As I said, the rain is decreasing. Now he's catching up to a lapped car. It doesn't really help him. Everyone is improving at the current time. Dragos Simeon personal best 50.7, Andrei Miclea personal best 51.2, Aydin 51.4, also personal best. So clearly the conditions are improving everywhere you look. People are gearing up to speed, and now Haris Mitropoulos and Dragos Simeon are really close together. They're in the same position on the racetrack, 8 tenths between them. Clearly Haris is on a short stint again because he cannot surpass the 100-minute driving time, so I expect him to edge away from the BMW, but without that drive-through, the BMW would have had an interesting ascendancy on strategy. Now I don't think it's the case. It's still good recovery if they are pulling off this strategy with less pit stops, 1 or 2 compared to 3 for some other cars. But still, I don't see them anywhere near rivaling the Omega Esports team for the win, and clearly that wasn't even the objective in such conditions.
Forgetting what happened in the opening lap, Poama has done a very solid drive since then. He's up to 6. I have been watching him for quite some time, and alongside with Tufeanu, those two Romanians have done a very clean and solid drive so far.
He's up to Aydin, to the back of the BMW of Aydin. He's got Miclea as well, really close. Poama can still improve. He did his personal best of 50.7 last time around, and now he's lining up Aydin for a pass. Aydin needs to defend in turn 1. Poama is there, quite close. Sarantidis also quite close now in P7. But that car has lost quite some time, and the strategy certainly hasn't helped them. Remember that 777, the 777 Porsche was the 2 car, and Now there are a lot of cars between Mitropoulos and Sarantidis, and Sarantidis will keep on wasting time because he has these cars to overtake.
The race is getting very interesting, not only on track but in the stewards room. I see so many reports, and it's getting very, very entertaining. The stewards have a lot of work to do. The gap in the lead is 17 seconds, but Simeon is staying with Mitropoulos. Maybe try and force a mistake while staying on track.
It's interesting that now he can stay with Mitropoulos. This was not possible after the start, but now he can do this. I don't know whether Mitropoulos has changed tires as well, or he's on a used set of tires as used as the ones on the BMW. Didn't take the chance to see whether the pit stop was 30 seconds or less, because if you only needed fuel for 48 minutes, I'm sorry, you wouldn't have stayed 30 minutes.
Battle for P4. Amazing battle. Mikla, Aydin, Poama and Sarantidis. Sarantidis is losing time.
Lovely fight. Yeah, wouldn't want to be Sarantidis here.
Yeah, the 5-second penalty for Petsas was for disobeying blue flags, as there is a change of position.
Mikla made a mistake. Yeah.
Yes, and now he's under attack from the Aston Martin from the outside. I don't think it's possible to overtake them from the outside, but the drivers want to prove us wrong. Both of them go offline. Sarantidis wants to overtake. It's unlikely for Sarantidis because he's in traffic and cannot get by these cars. He's losing a lot of time. Maybe his true race, the true race of the 777 Porsche is with the 19 of Simeon, who is right now 13 seconds ahead of this group.
On the last lap though, they did 50.3, both of them. Sarantidis here in the pack, and Dragos Simeon at the head of some cars ahead. It's interesting, we have all three nations here in this battle with Aydin from Turkey, then two Romanian drivers, and then a Greek one. Alex Poama goes deep, Sarantidis takes his place, and despite being two Romanian cars there, they didn't collaborate at all during this lap. Everybody is fighting for himself. Siopis gets another drive-through, Petsas gets 5 seconds. A lot of penalties appear now.
Yes.
Some people are losing focus, and maybe it's time for their teammates to take over and to help them chill a bit.
Unfortunate stint for Siopis. This penalty is for contact with the 83 of Aydin. I think I got it up earlier.
Okay,
in the last
so that's what
moment.
happened to Aydin, because we caught him being slow after the move. We didn't see the contact, but now we have the explanation. Nothing eludes the vigilant eye of the stewards, especially when they are being helped by the reports done by the drivers who are contesting some moves.
So now from behind, opponent lost control and spinned. Sorry, Alex.
So now Aydin has an issue there. Mikla needs to lift. Sarantidis catches up to Mikla, and he will attempt to move on the inside of the McLaren.
Oh, contact!
Oh, there's a contact, and that one was a very small contact, wholly on Sarantidis. No change for now. Aydin can breathe a bit, but not much in the BMW, because Mikla will be right with him very, very soon. Since Victor Nicolae is unavailable for this race, there has been a reshuffle in the Rapid Esports camp. Sebastian Apostol is helping out Dragos Simeon. He takes Victor's place, which left Andrei Mikla on the sidelines, and he quickly moved to the Wise Racing team, where Alexandru Boltașu is unavailable today. because he had an incident in real life. There's Mikla diving.
Amazing dive.
Successful one. Yeah. Very, very confident on the brakes. Best move of the day until now, I would say.
Yeah, it's
I also liked something on the
Tassopoulos.
outside in the corner where we are heading now. There was a move on the outside. I think Siopis on Simeon, correct me if I'm wrong, that was lovely as well.
Yes, it was amazing overtakes we're witnessing tonight. Mikla, that one from Mikla was probably the best we've seen so far, and I'm pretty sure we will see more great overtakes happening in the next 1 hour and 58 minutes. We are already in the second hour of the race. Lefteri, you've been quiet for the past minutes.
Yeah, there's a lot of things going on in the track right now. For example, Prepelica just overtook Kotsinis for P14. So I'm trying to... I've been scrolling up the tower all the time. But the closest battle so far, except from the move of Prepelica, is here with Aydin, Saradidis and Poama.
I wasn't suggesting that you haven't been busy, because I am pretty sure you're clicking left, right and center to change cameras and battles. So many happening.
An error from Sarantidis, and now Alex Poama is getting close to him. That penultimate corner is one of the hardest ones to get right in the dry, in the wet, it doesn't matter. That inside curve, very, very tall curve, if you hit it way too hard, if you're going on top of that, it will destabilize your car and throw you directly towards the pit entry, towards the left side of the track in the gravel trap, where you're going to be losing some speed ahead of the last corner. And that was exactly what Polemarchus Sarantidis was up to last time around. He's losing time. He's simply losing a lot of time there. Last lap 51.2. Dragos Simeon more than a second faster than this. It's a lovely fight for the fastest lap between Aicicek and Mitropoulos now, both doing 49.5s, 49.552 for the leader for Aicicek, 49.592, so 400ths of a second off the fastest lap is Mitropoulos, but you can expect him to pounce even faster at any time. Rain will keep on decreasing for the next 10 minutes, and then it will obviously stop decreasing, because it's really a light rain now. Of course, the track state is wet. Mitropoulos is streaking away from Simeon, but things are looking good for the number 6 and the number 19 now. Aicicek also looking good.
For those who like the statistics, Aicicek has done a brilliant job climbing up the standings of this race since he started 17th on the grid, and he's currently leading the race. So there's 16 positions that he...
77 has spun. Rareș Oprea has an issue. We have lost a car. The 555 had said enough. Petros Prokos, with the earlier issues, has called it a day or a night. It's over for that car.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars from the top 10 haven't finished, stopped yet. It's Aicicek P1, Mikla P4, Aydin P5, Delphinis P8 and Tassopoulos in P9. Aicicek, the biggest mover, as Lefteri said, with 16 places gained so far. Sarantidis is very close to Aydin. He knows he has to overtake and don't lose much more time to Simeon. Let's see what the Porsche can do. It's the Roadrunner, it sports the beep beep car, not the vroom vroom. The vroom vroom is P18 with Petsas.
The difference now between Simeon and Sarantidis is about 17 seconds, something like that, and Sarantidis keeps on losing time there behind Aydin for now, and then it's Mikla on the road. Yeah, this is not a good situation for them. But now I'm starting to make the calculations. I'm wondering, what is the plan for Ajicek's crew? Is he up for 80 minutes, 100 minutes, 1 stint, 2 stints? How many pit stops? Is this a lead that he will surrender easily through a long pit stop or something like that? Or is he in contention this time around for a big result? So we have Ajicek, 35 laps, no pit stops, just cruising through the field, lapping faster and faster, despite now losing the fastest lap to Mitropoulos. Then it's Mitropoulos who has pitted.
Oh, Saradis overtakes, yes, he makes the move on Aydin. P5 now for the Porsche. Alex.
Well, the Turkish crews, they have us seen it before. I mean, using sort of, let's say, I don't know if the word is correct, extreme strategies. I mean, we saw them at Silverstone where we thought that they were about to win the race, but they lapped, they pitted in the last lap or 2 laps before to go.
Yeah, I think by now they know the rules precisely. They calculate better than the first round in the history of this championship. So I will not be expecting them to fall foul of such mistakes. Now the calculations should be always done, keeping a close eye on where the leader will finish. Sometimes you'll be missing the time that's after the 180 minutes, 1 minute, 2 minutes there until the leader crosses the line, plus the time it takes you to cross the line after the leader. I've seen very important races in the last month or so where we gained places because we knew that on the last lap our rivals messed up their calculations and had to pit again. So it's very important. You can't just say that, okay, 100 minutes have passed or 80 minutes have passed and now I'm just going to pass the car to my colleague, because he might go over the 100 minutes after the time has ended. You need to take a safety net. Yeah.
Sanadi is now attacking Miklia. Sanadi overtook Aydin on the last lap and did a 49.5, 7/10 faster than Simeon. I think this Porsche has way more pace up its hands and closing on the McLaren, maybe on a different map. He's trying to go on the inside, doesn't quite make it. Can he do it now? No, he's very far behind P4. It's important. It's very important for the beep beep car of Roadrunner to overtake the McLaren of Miklia, the 54 car, so he can start chasing up the number 19 of Dragos Simeon, who is in 3rd place. So if Ajicek, the number 95, does one more stop, does that mean that we have a straight fight for the win between the 95 and the 6, given that the 19 is losing pace compared to the 2? The crocodile section, Sarante, this is big, is not close enough to dive on the inside of the McLaren there. We are on lap 37 now. Already 36 laps completed in the race. Sarante is still behind the McLaren. He gets way close, and I think, yes, he does have a bad exit from the last corner. I don't think he will be very close to the McLaren to dive on the inside of turn 1. Maybe I'm wrong. And something else I've noticed is that the track temperature has gone up to 29 degrees, up by 2 since the start of the race.
Yes, but on the other hand, we see an indication of the rain increasing in 30 minutes.
Oh, that made
so
sense.
now's the time to set fastest laps. Very important.
Sarante, this is closing.
Oh, very close.
Millimeters later on the brakes than Miklia. But he compromises his exit, Sarante. That's the thing. That's what he's been doing for the past 2 laps. He's compromising the exit, so he cannot get very close to Mikla, who is, to be fair, defending really, really well without having to actually defend from the Porsche. Even now on the loop, he's not close to attack on the inside Sarantidis. He has done it before, he cannot do it now. The McLaren has space.
Right behind them there is another drama. Is Giannakopoulos very close to Aydin, so you can see all 4 of them in the same shot.
Oh. Now he's close. Sarantidis is close. Will he go on the inside? No, the McLaren defense. Sarantidis goes from the outside. The up and under. Can he do it? No, he doesn't have enough grip. As the BMW behind them, Aydin makes a mistake. Giannakopoulos, can he get by? No, huge battles going on. 1 hour 48 minutes to the end of the race. Sarantidis and Giannakopoulos have done a pit stop. Have already stopped. Mikla and Aydin have not yet. Different strategies, different drivers, different cars. Same target for all of them.
Another
Huge
fastest
battles.
lap, 48.8 for Haris Mitropoulos. Aichicek has messed up this lap. 50.4. This is far from ideal for him.
Something went wrong. I think he had also traffic.
Yeah,
from
and
the
in here,
29
very good defense from Andrei Mikla and also Aydin. Looks like the Honda is up for a pass now. Let's see. And they claim the inside. Yes.
The BMW leaves space. On the outside now, the Honda. I don't think this will do it. No, he keeps the position. He places the body of the car brilliantly. Brilliant defending from Aydin, but they lose a little bit of time from Sarantidis, who wants but cannot get by the McLaren. Amazing battle, but all of them are losing time to Simeon, who is in P3 right now. Sarantidis is close, I think, in the crocodile section. He's very close. Can he do it now? No, he goes from the outside line. He's trying to force the McLaren a mistake, but he doesn't. The BMW again goes wide. Giannakopoulos cannot get by in the penultimate corner. Sarantidis now loses time. All he has to do is be very close at the exit of the last corner. This one, he is not. He's 0.4 behind 0.3. Let's see, Giannakopoulos is far closer than to Aydin. Sarantidis is to Mikla. Giannakopoulos will go on the inside. He has already changed his line. Late on the brakes, the Honda, and he makes the pass. Sarantidis also makes the dive on the inside. Amazing overtake from both of them.
Yeah, what good synchronicity there.
Yeah.
Have 2 moves in the same corner being completed in similar fashion. And now Sarantidis is released. Giannakopoulos can get up to Mikla.
Sarantidis, I think, has lost 5 seconds to Simeon, but from Mitropoulos he has lost a lot of time. We remember before the 777 came into the pits, he was 13 seconds behind the number 6, and now he is more than 20 seconds behind. Track position played a huge role, and now let's see what can Giannakopoulos do about Mikla, how fast he can overtake if he will overtake the McLaren, as Aichicek pits
in the pits. Yeah.
After
Okay,
1 hour
again,
14.5 minutes.
Interesting, 75 minutes, so not enough to pass the car to his teammate. He has extended this stint as much as he could. It's usually a 65-minute stint in most GT3s. Now it's a 75-minute stint. I think the Ferrari is a car that doesn't allow you to extend these stints as much as you would like. Mikla is also heading for the pits.
Mikla in the pits. Very short stop from Aichicek. He will come out in front of Sarantidis. It's a huge change for the race.
Yeah. Again, Sarantidis has to work his way So Ajicek is the driver who will do 100 minutes. He's gonna stay in the car for another 25 maximum, and he only took the fuel necessary for this small bit of the race, and then he will pass on the car for 80 minutes to his teammate.
Mikle, I think too. Is he out of the car? He's staying long stop. That means Mikle will step out of the car and hand the McLaren to his teammate. Is that a longer than expected stop, Alex? Well,
I don't know. I've heard that there are some
stop
issues.
For
No,
32 seconds.
no,
Maybe
not that long.
Maybe not. Okay.
Not that long.
I
But
check-
again, same issue here. Mikinete will need to pass on the car back to Mikla
Yes.
at some point in time. He cannot go until the end of the race.
Yes, indeed. So, Ajicek was stationary for 13 seconds. 13. The 16 and the 26 P9 and P10 were 15 seconds stationary. Mitropoulos, the number 6, the leader, was 36. Simeon in second place was 0. 0? Yes, 0, because they haven't pitted yet. I think they are the only ones alongside Aydin in P6 and Delphinis P7 and Tassopoulos in P8 who haven't pitted yet. And I think also Aybal in P16. Yes, now I scroll down the grid. So in the top 10 we still have 4 drivers who haven't pitted yet.
Yeah, we have 3 different cars, 3 different nations now on the provisional podium, but it's a mixed strategy with Haris Mitropoulos and Volkan Ajicek both doing a similar thing. I mean, they are both heading for the 100-minute mark without giving their cars to their teammates. They will finish their maximum allowance.
So I'm thinking, are Mitropoulos is the number 6 in trouble? Because
I don't think so.
Mitropoulos has to do maximum 22 more minutes, right?
Yeah.
So his teammate Kirkos will do the next.
It's Klironomos today.
It's Klironomos.
3 cars, 3 different teammates. Kirkos in Silverstone, then it was Furdakis at Suzuka, and now Klironomos in here. So basically, a big chunk of the league will celebrate a potential title if that's gonna happen there, because they had contributions. So Klironomos clearly has 80 minutes to do, 80 minutes plus to do in this race. I'm curious about his pace. What can you guys tell us about where he is compared to what Furdakis did brilliantly in Suzuka, and Kirkos also did well before the crash in Silverstone? Do you see Klironomos as being, I don't know, somehow slower than Mitropoulos, or can he sustain this rhythm?
No, he's, based... Wait, because Sarandidis just made a move on Ajicek. They're side by side now. He cannot complete it. I mean, he had a hard time behind the McLaren before. Now he's having a hard time behind the Ferrari of Ajicek.
He's closing. Ajicek goes in the middle of the track to defend. Sarandidis changes. He cannot get the position now. No, he's behind Lefteri.
You might want to stick a bit with this battle because it's not over. And I will answer to Alex.
Not over yet. They are in the twisty sections of the second sector. Meanwhile, Tassopoulos is pitting. His first stop, maybe a bit early. Maybe. Unless his teammate does the rest of the race. A little bit difficult. Let's see. Sarantidis has a good exit from the loop. Let's see at the crocodile section what he can do. Can he overtake the 95? The Ferrari of Ajicek. Team Anatolia versus Roadrunner. Beep beep. He cannot overtake We have some corners, let's say, until turn 1.
Yep, so Kleronomos, I mean, based on the results that we had on our leagues in the past 5-6 years, I mean, if we would rank them, we would have Haris along with Hurdakis, and then would be Panos. Kleronomos is not as fast as those three, but he's a fighter, and he's one of the drivers who is pretty steady. Now the move will be completed by Sarantidis.
Not so sure. Not so
Ah,
sure.
yeah.
Little bit
He's
deep
going
in turn
deep
1.
there.
Aichik is fighting.
Okay. Said, all right.
Yeah,
In the end.
Okay, I was not embarrassed. he saved me at the very last moment. So yes, Kleronomos is not as fast as Haris, but he is able to perform solid drives and with very few mistakes, and he definitely is one of those drivers that I like to characterize as fighters, because from day one that we met him, no matter how unlucky he will get in a race, he will never give up. He will bring the car to the checkered flag. So I believe he's up to the challenge today, although it's a lot much different from what he's used to in our leagues, because it's a 3-hour race against 3 different nations. So I believe there will be some amount of stress with him, since this will be his debut, but we will see where that will get him in the end.
I would say that Haris did his part brilliantly to relieve as much stress as possible,
Yeah.
to give him the car in the best possible position, in a position where he just needs to bring it home, Kleronomos, and we'll see whether this is gonna happen easily, but it's a long way until we discuss about this. So now we did 83 minutes of this race. We are expecting Dragos Simeon to come into the pits quite soon. I think he has reached his target of an 80-minute stint. Other cars have attempted this as well, but it didn't seem obvious that they were able to do so. So Dragos Simeon can pit anytime now. He can pass on the car to his teammate and race on from there. Strategy works brilliantly. Will it be a 1-stopper or a 2-stopper? It depends if he can stay there for another, let's say, 7 minutes or not. Because if there's enough fuel in that car to go 90 minutes with Dragos Simeon, it's clear that his teammate will be able to do the same. If he comes into the pits sooner than that, then it leaves too much for his teammate, and it means that there's at least the need for a splash and dash, or maybe a split into equal halves for the remaining of the race in this car.
Dragos is really pushing. Yes, Lefteri.
Alex, can you check, because the livery of the Rapid crew is the BMW all black? Or do I still have issues with the skins again?
Well, I think the skins were showing in past races. It should definitely not be black.
Exactly. So something happened.
See,
yeah,
you should see the.
Because I remember the skin very well. Yes, and after 1 hour and 30 minutes, I just realized that this is not the livery.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, Dragos Simeon is heading for the pit lane now. He is basically in a situation in the first scenario that I was saying. So 85 minutes, it's enough for Simeon. It's quite obvious that it's going to be a driver change now. He did his part. Let's see where this car will fall down in the pack, because now he's going to be in the position that Sarantidis was in earlier, a situation where it's going to be in the pack and fighting with Sebastian Apostol now. Petsas is also in the pits. He's doing the same. He was in the car since the beginning, I think. Apostol has rejoined next to Alex Poamo behind him, so it's P8 now for the BMW. And from now on, I think it's too much to ask if Dragos Simeon has stayed 85 minutes. It means that Sebastian Apostol cannot stay for 95 minutes, another extra 10 minutes. So we will be seeing this car in the pits sometime later in this race as well. It's not the last pit stop for this car. Now I'm starting to wonder about Klironomos and about the Porsche in itself, if it can resist for 80 minutes, if he's got enough fuel to do so. I mean the fuel, the consumption, if it's low enough to be able to extend the stint to 80 minutes, so that Klironomos only does one stint. But Mitropoulos and Ajicek are clearly the guys that we will be expecting in a maximum of 14 minutes. That's when they will reach their 100-minute mark. Aydin, in the meantime, is in the pits.
The other BMW, and we're waiting still for Delphinis. He hasn't pitted yet. Let's see if he pits now. No, he goes around for another lap. That means that his teammate will have 9. Maybe they can do it in one stop. Maybe the 987 can do the race on one stop, because if they pit this lap, it will be 90 minutes to the end. It's going to be very, very, very close. And now Prepelita in the 93, excuse me if I massacred the name, is attacking Labru. Attacking Labru from P8, the Porsche, the Aston Martin goes on the inside, defends his line. From the outside, the Porsche very late on the brakes. He cannot do the switchback yet. Now it's in effect. And whoa, the speed difference was immense there, and a dive from the inside from the Porsche. Almost a contact there between the two cars.
Forcing the issue, forcing a mistake from Lampro there, but Lampro will have the inside line in the following corner. Very aggressive, very interesting and brave what Robert Prepelic is attempting there, but the move is not completed yet, and I have seen Robert often being exuberant there. It's awesome when they do finish brilliantly these overtakes, but sometimes the level of risk is quite high. This is interesting in this crew. Cătălin Tufano is very, very calm. He will never risk it unnecessarily, but Robert Prepelica is the exact opposite of it. Very, very fast, but also willing to attempt moves with a higher risk. Delphinis is in the pits. This is gonna be close. It's still not the halfway point of the race. It's gonna be almost there. Like 2 or 3 minutes longer it's gonna be in the second stint. So more fuel save. I think they made they extracting the maximum out of this initial stint. They tried to go as long as possible, and they didn't have fuel for one more lap. So now it is what it is. I mean, if they're gonna have to do a splash and dash in the penultimate or final lap, that's that. It means that 90 minutes are not possible. But they did better than Dragos Simeon when it comes to fuel saving. They extended the stint like 2 laps more, something like that.
Yes, 2 laps more. One more from the other BMW, the 83.
Oh, okay. Now with there's a drive-through.
All the hard work was undone in just a brief moment.
That's a shame. That's obviously a shame.
And this time it wasn't Lefteris who brought the bad luck, but it was me and Alex. I mean, very slow, very slow. Are they retiring? Are they retiring? What's happened? Oh no, don't tell me that they are retiring the Missed Apex crew. Panagiotopoulos has stopped on the outside of turn 2, yellow flag.
Meanwhile, Giannakopoulos is on the attack. He has caught up to Ajicek. Ajicek has to resist for 10 more minutes on his used tires. Giannakopoulos is aiming for that front spot now.
Prepelica, sorry, made the move on Labru on the inside. No contact. So he completed it. So let's go back to Giannakopoulos.
I'm perplexed, to be honest. Mitropoulos' last lap was 48.9, Apostol was 50.3. Apostol is losing time to Sarantidis. All the guys in front of him and behind him. He may be going longer, but more than a second, it's quite a gap.
Okay, Lampro in the pits as well. Panathinaikopoulos still stationary there. That car is completely out of contention now.
Something must have happened to Panathinaikopoulos. It's not normal to stop outside of the track and be stationary there. It's something. Something must have happened to the crew, and I think they are in the pits right now. Yes, indeed they are. As the rain will increase in 10 minutes, it will be a straight fight between the drivers for the fastest lap. If the rain does not decrease until the end of the race, it's their chance now. Right now, Mitropoulos has the fastest lap, 148.1. Sarantidis has done 48.2, less than a tenth. The fastest lap of the race, and now the battle for P3 is between Aichicek and Giannakopoulos. Battle for P3 right now.
So if I'm not mistaken, coming into this race, we had a Rapid crew leading the championship, and in the second place and the third place we had in a tie Omega and Roadrunner Beep Beep, who are currently first and second respectively.
Yeah, it's still going to be close between between the top three. They are both taking points from the leader, Omega and Roadrunner Beep Beep, and they will not be tied anymore. Because one of them will finish ahead of the other. The only situation when they will be tied is if one of them is 2 points ahead of the other one, and the other one also claims the fastest lap. Robert Prepelica in the pits. Again, this is an early pit stop.
Giannakopoulos later on the brakes than Aichicek. He goes wide as they are approaching the 9-3 Audi of Siopis. Siopis was fighting with Giannakopoulos an hour ago for the podium. Now he's one lap
for
behind.
the pits for Opre as well, Sarantidis from P2 as well. So everybody who has made the basic split of this race in 4 equal quarters is now in the pits for the second time. This is what we're seeing. There was a mistake from the number 20, I think. Albal is spun somewhere. Yeah, and the leader is gonna come around that area. Oh, he hits the leader. He hits Mitropoulos. Mitropoulos is cruising through the grass. Minimal damage, but still some damage there. Right in front of the leader, Albal decided to accelerate.
I've just seen it. Oh my goodness me. Stop and go 30 seconds for the 77. This changes a lot. It wasn't a huge crash between
again the 77, that the hardest penalty for the minimal error of speeding in pit lane. Yeah, second time it happens today.
Where did Mamoulakis is back in the car? He's now, where is he compared to Apostol? He's right behind him. Behind him. So the 777 has gained a lot of time, more than 10 seconds to the 19. I think both of them now, both cars have one stop left, unless the 19 cannot go until the end of the race. If if the 19 has one more stop left, then it yes, I think yes, both of them have one more stop. As Giannakopoulos is attacking, he's very close behind him as they overtake the 999 Aston Martin. On the inside comes the Honda on the Ferrari, and Giannakopoulos is ahead of Ajicek, wants to fight back. Ajicek wants to fight back. He has 2 laps left on his thing, as does Mitropoulos. Let's see, the Ferrari cannot regain the position, and the Honda is now in second place for a last.
It's the same for Giannakopoulos. Correct me if I'm wrong, but he has been driving since the start of the race.
Yep.
So both Ajicek and Giannakopoulos will have to head for the pits and pass on the cars to their teammates in not this lap but the next one maximum, or if they want to go on now, it's their decision.
That's the leader.
I think they're gonna wait for one more lap if possible, but from then on they're gonna spectate on their teammates and hope for the best. This battle will be for 11th Ipek and Takur in the latter part of the race. Again, the Honda goes deep into the corner. Let's see if they are heading for the pits now or the next lap, one of these two. We're gonna see that. They're heading for the penultimate corner. Really soon we're gonna have this decision taken, but yeah, I think they have enough fuel. Ajicek had a splash and dash, and Giannakopoulos has no reason to pit now. Indeed, they're trying to extend the final stint for their teammates for this to be the final pit stop of those crews.
Ahead of them, there's a battle going on for P11. Spiropoulos and Prepelic. Spiropoulos switched from the outside to the inside. The Porsche now on the outside. Can he do
Again
the
this
switch?
battle.
No. Again, yeah. After they had their pit stops.
Yeah. Robert Prepelic remains in the car. Spiropoulos has replaced Lambrou. And they were in the exact same position, in the same corner. A few laps to go, and now it's a hit.
No, that was poorly judged from the Aston Martin there. Yeah. Poorly judged. The gap. He didn't leave enough
almost
space.
In the wall, yeah, for Prepelic. So luckily, he regained control of the car, and now they are being caught up by Giannakopoulos. Careful, they will need to obey the blue flags as well in here. There's Ajicek also coming in, but Giannakopoulos will head for the pits in 3 corners. So I hope that Spiropoulos and Prepelic know this and keep on accelerating because they should resist in front of the Honda. Now we can have a misunderstanding here if they try to obey the blue flags and then the Honda heads for the pits. Let's see what happens now.
We know who said it now.
Did not pit. Mitropoulos did not pit.
Neither does the Honda. Neither does the Honda.
Ajicek is in.
Okay, is this a mistake from the Honda? I think the time that you're spending in the pits is not quantified as driving time. I don't know if they can squeeze in one more lap. To me, it seems not. Giannakopoulos will surpass the limit of 100 minutes. He will get the car disqualified from this mistake. Let's see what happens.
I mean, if they do not count the pit stop time, it's
then he has enough time. Yeah.
Yes, it's 57 seconds during a full.
Okay, then it means that he can squeeze in because he sees the remaining lap time.
This will be something to keep an eye on. So the Ferrari does the undercut on the Honda. Apostol goes and Mamoulakis go ahead. Slow start from Ipek for Team Anatolia. Ipek has one more stop. He exits the pits. He's very careful not to release the limiter early. And now he has 80 minutes exactly to finish the race, and let's see what Levent Ipek will do. The arguably the best Turkish crew of the series so far.
Mitropoulos in the pits. Mitropoulos in the pits. Prepelic almost into the back of Giannakopoulos, who is heading towards the pit lane. This could have changed everything. Prepelic is spinning out the Honda, would have taken it out of the maximum driving time. But it seems that he did just enough to squeeze in this lap as well. And now Mitropoulos in the pits, Giannakopoulos in the pits. And from here on,
okay, the leaders are both in. Klironomos leaves the pits after 32 seconds stationary, 57 second stop in total. And now we're waiting. Sebastian Apostol will inherit second place in the race. Mamulakis is right behind him and is pushing. Giannakopoulos is about to leave the pits as Apostol and Mamulakis are now in P2 and 3. Takur is now 4th. Ipek is just exiting the last corner. That means he lost a lot of time compared to the 2-1-3 as the number 20 receives a drive-through penalty. It's Aydogan, the BMW number 20. I presume for the unsafe return on track.
Probably, makes sense. Now it's Klironomos has 23 seconds ahead of Sebastian Apostol. And Sebastian Apostol still owes us a pit stop, whilst Klironomos will try to extend this up to 80 minutes. Will he be able to do so? We will see. Mamulakis, okay, Ver, it's obvious that they have split this for 3 pit stops. So we're gonna have Sarantidis for another 45 minutes or so at the end of the race. So another full pit stop for the 777. Maybe just a splash and dash for the number 19. It's gonna be a close fight. So it makes total sense for the BMW to frustrate the Porsche now.
This is a huge battle. Apostol and Mamulakis for P2, not only for the race but for the championship. We would like to remind you that the number 19 has had a drive-through penalty for a contact with the Audi of Grybowski.
It was Siobis driving. Yeah, the same team, yeah.
Yes, it was Siobis driving back then.
Okay, Apostol is clearly catching up to Klironomos. But as I said, Klironomos should be on a fuel-saving strategy and a very aggressive fuel-saving strategy now. Which means that, yeah, even if Apostol has to defend as well, he cannot prove his natural pace at the current time. And I think, given that the rain will increase in 10 minutes, in less than 10 minutes, and Apostol is now defending, I tend to think that the 2 points for fastest lap are now secured for Omega Esports.
Unless something dramatically changes in the next laps.
Highly unlikely now that sometime there is nobody in the 48s now. It's a 48.1. And to me the track looks wetter now. So it's clearly not the best scenario now on the racetrack to extract the required time for an assault on the fastest lap. Apostol pushes on. What happens with Klironomos? Let's look at the lap time. Let's see what he's doing now. 51.6. Okay, this is a decent lap time. Let's see whether Sebastian Apostol can be any faster than that. He's gonna have some traffic as well. He's got Mamulakis pushing him from behind. Now exiting the last corner, we can compare the lap time. Sebastian Apostol does a 50.2, so another 1.4 seconds gained on Klironomos. Clearly, Sebastian Apostol is fast. He's defending now. But once again, it's nothing that should trouble the Omega Esports team at the current time.
Traffic.
The traffic played a little bit of a role there. Mamulakis is close, is very close. The back of the BMW. All Klironomos has to do is to improve his pace a little bit and control the gap to the cars.
He's got clear track in front now. He can find his own rhythm, guided probably by Harris on the sidelines. He can start gaining some confidence now. There's nobody in front of the leader. There's nobody in those 20 seconds between Klironomos and Apostol now. Traffic will not play a part as of now in the upcoming laps until there's very good value in this pack. There's no one obviously very slow in this pack. Everybody seems to be able to put on a fight somewhere for P1, P5, P10, P15. Doesn't really matter, but everyone finds somebody else to race against who has similar pace.
And we presume that everyone now is has one more stop to go, correct?
Yes, except if Sebastian Apostol can extend that, but to me it's highly unlikely.
Given his pace in the past few laps, I don't
He's quite
think...
fast, yeah.
Yes,
he's quite fast. He's obviously not... I was keeping a camera on him. He's not lifting and coasting. He's doing his best to put pressure, and in my opinion, what he will be able to do is to try and get up to Klironomos, despite the need for a splash and dash or something in the end. He wants to at least challenge for that win, and to be to prove his point when you come from 23 seconds behind. I think it's good enough. It's now down to 18, and to me that is moving up quite fast. Last time around, Vangelis Klironomos 51.9, Sebastian Apostol 50.3. Careful with that. 1.6 seconds. This rhythm is not very good from Klironomos. I wouldn't call it a crisis just yet, but the fact that Mamulakis now has lost car length for 2 and is not stressing out Sebastian Apostol directly by showing himself on the insides of some corners also means that Apostol is free to pursue his pace. For the first time we see 17 seconds now as he crosses the end of the second intermediate in the 57th lap of this race.
Sebastian also qualified for the SRO Endurance, as you inform us, alongside with Harris and
Victor Nicolai.
Victor,
yeah. We will have more people from this championship racing in SRO Endurance, but Andrei Mikla and Dragos Simeon, they will help out the crew with Victor Nicolai and Seba Apostol. They weren't in the pre-quals because you need only 3 drivers to post in lap times for the pre-qual, but a team can have a maximum of 5 drivers for the whole championship, and that's gonna be the role of Dragos and Andrei, while Staris Mitropoulos races for the same team but in a different car. He's not racing the BMW, he's racing against the BMW today, but he will be racing a Ferrari also for West Competition with the ex-GTWR driver Zahir Esa and Lithuanian upcoming talent Tadas Juknevicius. Again, a trio that has solidly qualified ahead of very famous teams in SRO Endurance. So 2 cars, and we're gonna have the battle between Harris and Sebastian in different cars, but in the same bigger team. across very, very famous races like Kyalami. Kyalami will be visited. The Kyalami 9 hours, their virtual representation, is a part of SRO Endurance, IGTC. Also the Butters 12 hours, the Indianapolis 8 hours, Suzuka 10 hours, and of course the Jewel of the Crown, 24 hours of Spa-Francorchamps.
Wow.
Small mistake
from Sebastian. Mistake from Sebastian Apostol, and Mamulakis passes on, but goes deep into the last corner, and they are side by side as they exit the last corner. Mamulakis is ahead now, and they will continue the chase towards Klironomos. 16 seconds is now the gap to the leader.
Even though he did the mistake, he was faster than Klironomos. I think the gap to the leaders is closing very, very rapidly, and Team Omega are under threat. They are under threat not only from the championship leaders of 19, but from the 777 Porsche of Mamulakis and Sarantidis. The gap in the championship is quite big for the Roadrunner team. They have 27 points. They are 5 points behind Omega, and 27 points behind the number 19, so they need a miracle to be in contention for the championship. What it needs to be done now is for Klironomos to increase his pace, or maybe...
Looking at the lap times, the fastest guy on track was Spiropoulos last time around. Samed Yuce also in the 1 minute 50s. In the top 7, nobody is able to do such lap times. Only P8 George Roșu is also a 50.9 last time around. 51s, almost everyone in the lead pack can do that except the leader. Klironomos did a 52.5 and is now gonna finish another lap, and let's see what this lap is. A 52.4. That's his pace. That's his pace. No more than that.
Is he stopping again?
Hopefully not. I think that Klironomos is trying to extend this stint, and that's why he's not just slow. He's just attempting to to lift and coast, to maximize the stint to 80 minutes, given that Mamulakis will certainly pit again, a full pit stop, with driver change and everything else, and Apostol owes us, I think, a splash and dash.
Yeah, it's a natural for the number 6 to go that slow.
Yes,
that slowly.
It's gonna get complicated only if they get caught. But Mamulakis, in my opinion, in about 20 minutes, maybe 25, will head to the pit lane again. Apostol can maybe close in the gap to the number 6, but he will also head for the pit lane for just a little bit of fuel. I'm not sure. Now it's an interesting gamble, an interesting game of chess. Will it be enough, this pace, for Omega Esports to win this race? To me it seems so. To me it seems quite a lot. I think Apostol is now 15 seconds behind Klironomos, and the splash and dash will make him lose another, I don't know, 40 seconds at least. So almost a minute in an hour and 5 minutes to gain. That's quite a lot to ask. Means like you should earn like 2 seconds per lap, and he's currently doing that sometimes, other times not. Last time around, Mamulakis took 2.3 seconds out of Klironomos. Seb Apostol only took 1.4, so game on, what can I say?
Oh, again white in the penultimate corner for Apostol. He went off track limits. His lap has been deleted there. Let's see what his lap time will be. 52.4 for Klironomos, another 1.9 from Mamulakis. Mamulakis 51.7 for Apostol. What's Takur doing? Will Takur beat the... He's not closing the gap to Apostol.
No, I think Takur is also trying what Klironomos is doing, and Ipek as well. They'll try to extend that 80-minute stint. It means that Apostol is still vulnerable to those cars.
Yes, I was about to say, because now he's in P3 and the podium place is under threat. This will change a lot more in the championship if the worst case scenario now for the P19 is P5. Correct? Correct. That means 16 points, 14 points less than P1, and with the 2 points of the fastest lap for the number 6, that means that the gap will come down by 16 points. Now the gap after 2 races is 18 points. That means that we're going to the final race of the season at Nürburgring with a 2-point gap between the
winner
leaders.
takes all
Yes.
finale, as we obviously deserve.
But we have 1 more hour and 4 minutes to see if this scenario will become a reality. And as we well know, anything can happen in racing. We are not sure. We are just it's a hypothesis of what we're saying. No pit stops, no more pit stops for Clear, no more Stakuri, and 1 more for Mamulakis and Apostol. Let's see. It's interesting. It's very interesting what will happen and how hard some cars will defend, attack, what their strategy for the remaining of the race will be. But the car I am most impressed of is the 95, the Ferrari 95 of Team Anatolia Purple. Two Porsches up in front, followed by a BMW in P3, a Honda in P4, P5 is a Ferrari, P6 a Honda, P7 is a McLaren, P8 is an Aston Martin, followed by a BMW in P9 and an Aston Martin again in 10th place.
It's gonna be interesting, Mamulakis, when he will head for the pits. His pit stop will be longer. It's gonna be a 30-second pit stop with driver change probably, which will probably throw him behind some other cars, again in traffic.
Track position has played a role, especially after the first pit stop. We saw that with the 777 of Mamulakis. It was Saladidis back then in the car. We've seen that with the Honda, the 213, and the 95 and the 88. We've seen many battles going on. Now the best one is for P7 between Mikinet and Rosu, the McLaren versus Aston Martin. This Aston Martin has served a drive-through penalty for an incident at on lap 1.
Yes, that's a good fight. Rosu is one of the few cars that can still lap in 1 minute 50s now. 50.7 last time around. The other car doing 50s is Mamulakis, who keeps on cutting through the lead of the Omega Esports team. The Roadrunner team has a clear chance for victory here. They can grab it with both hands and they can really count. If they win this race, they can really count in the season finale, offsetting all the calculations that we were doing here about just Omega and Rapid fighting for this title. If the Roadrunner car can keep on doing what they are doing here, they have all the time in the world to do their pit stop and still have a chance for the win. It's still an outside chance, as it is for Apostol, but there's a chance.
Oh, a small mistake from Mikinet, side by side with the Aston Martin of Rosu. He cannot get by this time. He's on the inside for turn 4. The McLaren stays ahead, and no, the 77. Oh, sorry. Excuse me.
Oh,
77.
what?
Constantly. I got confused with the 777 of Mamulakis, and then he spins again. The 77 spins again, and the next car which is coming by is the leader. He's closing in. I saw 7 and I got really scared. Sorry for that, folks. So, Marius, Konstantin, Nikolai, he loses it again in the main straight, and the leader is passing by. This time, he doesn't make contact with a lapped car, and the 777 is now coming by. The 77 stops, Huge drama, unnecessary. The 19 has to avoid the McLaren. What is going on, guys? What is going on all of a sudden? Just stay on track, please.
Yes.
We don't need such things. Oh, the car seems very, very unstable. Very unstable. The Honda is coming by. It would be better if he let him by before the corner. No, this doesn't happen. Oh, it does. It does. Thankfully.
Takur is closing in massively on Apostle, on everyone. He's in a solid position. This car, again, to me, it seems that they will be pitting again. I don't know. To me, they are racing quite fast now. They're not attempting to fuel save for an 80-minute stint.
As one McLaren was hitting the wall very hard, another one lost a position, making it now behind Rosu. That was the battle for P7.
Yeah, making it run wide and made it easy for Rosu there.
Now the gap to the leader between the leaders is under 6 seconds for the first time after more than 1.5 hours. Klironomos ahead of Mamulakis. Klironomos continues to be in the 52s, 1 minute 52s, 1 minute 50s for Mamulakis. He will give the car to Sarantidis for the final hour of the race, or the final stint of the race. We are in the final hour of the race. Now Apostol is 7 seconds behind Mamulakis and doing almost a 1 minute 52s. Quite interesting, I have to say, the change of pace for the 19, although I don't believe now they can make it to the end given the pace in the previous laps. 6.5 Takur is on the same pace as Apostol. Ipek is closing in, but the gap is 10 seconds.
I was just looking at Mamulakis these past few laps, looking at how his car behaves. He's clearly very fast, and now the fact that he starts to see Klironomos makes him be a bit more impatient. I see some small errors. He's looking forward to catch up to that car. It's obvious what his aim is. They are more and more confident of a possible victory. They need to pass Klironomos and then compensate for almost a minute lost in the pits. You said 57 seconds. That's going to be the net loss of the final pit stop of Roadrunner Esports Beep Beep. Plus another 4 now, so a minute in 56 minutes to be gained. And they are gaining enough now. They are gaining 2 seconds per lap, which is what they should be doing. Things are looking good for them.
If Sarantidis pits now, he will come out in 10th place.
That's essential. Where he will end up and who is pitting ahead of him. Maybe they will be able to put Sarantidis in the car for 35, 40 minutes. No more than that, maybe. Of course, they also have an advantage. Pitting again when the rain increases means that they have the possibility of adjusting their pressures one more time. It's clear that Klironomos has to live with whatever he has now as a set of tires, with the pressures that he's having, whilst Mamulakis can adapt to the new reality of the racetrack when this becomes quite different, you know. Again, 3 seconds. 3 seconds. In 2 laps time, he's going to be there.
Yes. Mikinet is staying with Rosu for P7, while Vasigrama is attacking Guniesu for P9. The 83 BMW, one of the late pitters of the first part of the race, fight between the BMW and the Aston Martin, a bit wide from Guniesu, side by side. The Aston Martin does not have the straight line speed there. On the inside, maybe here, no.
It's a very good car in these conditions. It's a very good car on Kyalami in general, the Aston Martin. I'm honestly surprised not to see it higher up the grid, but they had issues. Poma had the drive-through at the beginning. Spiropoulos and Lampro also were racing quite high up in the pack before now being outside of the top 10. Again, a bit strange. But here I'm counting on Vasigama to have an advantage, a car advantage and maybe a driver advantage as well. I don't know.
Right now, the gap 1.6, by the way, between the leaders. What happened to Rosu? What happened to Rosu? I don't see him on track. Oh,
he's there. He's there.
He's there. Okay, he glitched on me.
Same here, yeah. But he's on the race.
He's in the race 9/10 ahead of the McLaren, and to me it seems that the track has more water on. The rain intensity has been increased in the past laps, and it's now more difficult for the drivers to handle what's happening between their hands and feet.
And now Mamulak is closer than ever to Klironomos. Under 1 second.
By the way, Lefteri, when you get the chance, please check Messenger.
Okay.
When you get the chance. Mamulakis is closing in on Klironomos. This battle for P1. What we assume is that the number 6 Porsche will not pit again, but the 777 will have to pit again.
Precisely, and that's why I don't think we're gonna have a really fair fight here. I think the number 6 will try for maybe for one braking period or so to defend, but no more than that. They know their strategy. Look, he's not even defending.
No,
not even defending. It's a clear pass for the lead. Klironomos is obviously convinced that he has enough in hand to win this race. He doesn't. I wouldn't have judged it this way. I would have tried to frustrate Mamulakis for half a lap or a lap, maybe change his mental state, make him lose at least one lap of when he could have won 2 seconds on me. But here, I think they made their calculations and they think that I'm talking about Omega. They think that they have enough in 52 minutes. They think that they cannot lose another 57 seconds to this car. Now, will they be proven wrong? We'll see about that. But for now, it's another poor lap from Sebastian Apostol, slower than Klironomos, slower, 1 second slower than Takur.
He lost the car! He lost the car, Apostol! Almost lost the car! Oh my god! That was scary. That was very scary for Sebastian Apostol, the championship leaders. He almost lost the car, and I'm pretty sure he will lose a lot of time here. I don't know what's going on with the number 19. Have they changed to a no stop for the remaining of the race? Maybe, I am not so sure, but they lose a lot of time. And the rain is heavier, it's coming down heavier, and let's see, it's pretty weird what's been happening in the past laps. Let's see his pace, how much time he has lost, or maybe not. He's not pitting, he doesn't have a reason to pit so early.
Lost 2 or 3 seconds compared to his pace. It's gonna be a poor lap, but nothing dramatic. Still faster than Klironomos, what can I say?
Okay. He was sideways. It was like he was drifting. It was slideways.
Was less than 5 seconds. Again, Takur wins the second per lap. Levent Ipek also takes time of him. George Roshu is further behind. He's not a menace, but Takur and Ipek are a menace. Takur, I think, is gonna pit again, as I was saying, but Levent Ipek, not so sure. 11. Ipek might be on course for a very interesting result here.
Very interesting. And Team Anatolia are in 5th place in the championship. The two teams ahead of them are out of the equation, out of contention for points. So if they finish way ahead of 19, they are still in the mix for the championship in the final round next month.
Yeah.
So let's see. It will be interesting. I don't think that Apostol will catch him. Will catch Ipek by the end of the race. Their gap is 15 seconds. He has to make up maybe something like 35 seconds. I don't think it will be possible.
But Ipek, let's look at the difference between Ipek and Klironomos. They are both on the same strategy.
Yes.
And Ipek is clearly racing faster at the current time. So this is what makes me wonder whether Ipek is actually dramatically fuel saving or not at the current time. The difference is now, let's see when Ipek will cross the line, about 25 seconds, maybe 30 seconds, something like that. Still a big gap. Last lap, Mamulakis 51.7, Klironomos 52.5. This is good enough for him because he only lost less than a tenth compared to Apostol.
The battle between... sorry, let's go on.
I'm seeing the weather will improve a bit in 40 minutes. But now another mistake from Sebastian Apostol.
I was in 10-4, maybe? He didn't lose much time compared to Klironomos. Maybe his race now is with Takur. Maybe his race is now with Takur. One may say that they can afford mistakes, but the reality is they cannot afford mistakes, while their main championship rivals are going for the win. They had an amazing race at Silverstone round 1, a great race at Suzuka round 2, finished second, 54 points out of possible 64, and 22 points ahead of Omega Esports with 2 rounds to go. One is is ongoing. 70 laps into the race. 47 minutes to go. We are waiting for the final pit window to open.
Yeah, we'll see Vasi Grama do his last pit stop. Out of the 3 stoppers, he's the first one to complete all his stops. He's down to P13 and now waiting for the other cars around him to pit so he can rejoin in the area of the top 10 where he was battling with the 83 BMW.
32 in the pits is huge. 53-1 for Klironomos, 53-1 for Apostol, 52-3 for Takur, 52-2 for Ipek.
Again, Ipek takes almost a second out of Klironomos. That's what's important in here. Robert Prepelica into the pits for the last time as well. Juce is also there on the pit straight.
Things have settled a little bit, and we are waiting for the final push from the drivers.
Yeah, the closest fight was between Spiropoulos and Prepelica, but he pitted right now.
Ipek made a small mistake.
I'm looking now at Klironomos. Yeah, he is always
Mamulakis pits. Okay.
Mamulakis pits precisely at the 45-minute mark. He has pitted, so he will be in traffic. He has pitted earlier than the cars behind who are still due a pit stop. So let's see where he ends up. This is gonna have a massive importance in the championship fight. It's gonna be a driver change. this, I would call it a poor strategy, honestly. This could have been way better. Stop and go penalty, stop and go 30 for Tufano and Prepelic. I don't know who did it, inside or at the beginning or the end of the pit lane. It's a shame for them as well.
At the end, I believe.
A good result thrown away. Sarantidis up to the finishing line now. Mamulakis did great in this stint, but still I think that 3 pit stops was not the way to go if they're gonna lose this fight. They can blame their decision to take this strategy. They are somewhere behind the 26, who is not in a direct fight. It's the sister car of Kokkinis in front of them. That's not going to be an issue, of course. It will not get them undone. George Roșu, P5 in the Aston Martin. I don't know if he's due a pit stop or not. Honestly, I was just looking at the cars in the battle for the podium. This is not one of them. What happens? Yeah, Sarantidis will catch up to Roșu really soon, I think.
Roșu's as a pit stop also. Everyone, we suspect Kyalami and Ipek will not pit, so we're waiting for Apostle, Takur.
Even for Ipek, I'm still wondering what he's doing, but now his lap times are clearly slower, 52.8 last time around, so it looks like fuel saving for him. Honestly, they may attempt to fuel save. It doesn't mean that they're gonna make it.
I think they proved that at Silverstone, with the driver stints. So, if
no problem, Kokkinis lets Sarantidis pass.
If we are correct and Kyalami and Ipek does not pit, he has a 20-second gap to Sarantidis. 20 seconds.
And Sarantidis has, in my opinion, all the time in the world to reach Ipek.
Yes,
that's not an issue. To me, the Roadrunner car is going towards at least a P2 now in this race.
Yes, and Apostle and Takur will have around 45 seconds. If it's 20 seconds, then 35 to 40 seconds to Ipek. So the Ferrari, the 95, is a favorite for a podium finish right now. Takur is 3.2 behind Apostle, so the 19 will not does have to pit again, and the battle is with the Honda of Takur.
Let's see what the strategy is on that Honda. Again, I have some doubts there, what they are attempting. I think they were racing quite fast in the beginning of the stint. I don't know if it's sustainable, if they are trying to avoid pitting again or not. To me it seems hard, but maybe Takur will answer this sooner than expected.
I believe they will pit again. I think
so too. But don't be very surprised if they don't.
No, I won't. Anything is possible here.
Let me just keep a camera on that car and see if what they are doing.
Gap to the leader, 10.3, decreased by 9/10 in the last lap. Even the battle for the win is wide open. If Takur does not pit again, it's wide open. And Takur, the number 213, their best position. Where are they in the standings? Let me have a look. They had a 4th place at Silverstone and a 20th place at Suzuka. They are P12 in the standings with 19 points.
It's very close there. With very few races, a good race can get you up 10 places in the overall standings with easily. Indeed.
Don't forget that the number 6 of Omega Esports had the 26th place in the first race, but they took the fastest lap. They took 2 points for the fastest lap. Or don't, or did not. I'm not sure. No, I don't think they did. Sorry. I don't think they did. Who took the fastest lap in the last race?
It was the second BMW, I think, of Rapid.
Okay, so Omega took 2 points. Yeah, I was searching at the results. So they took the 2 points from Silverstone. Yes. Who's doing good? Who's doing bad? Number 54 is in 7th place. They have a best result of, where are they? Of an 8th place at Suzuka, 24 points. And now they're looking for a better position. .8 now, Takur behind Apostol. 1.8. If this is a straight fight for P4, assuming that IPEC will be P3, it's on. It's pretty much on. Sarantidis is still 19.5 seconds behind IPEC, and it's closing in on Rosu. Can he do it? It will be interesting. It will be interesting. The time is running out.
What a twitch! What a twitch for Sarantidis mid corner there.
Yeah.
And never forget, the Porsche car is always a complicated one to
Oh,
drive.
Whipek had the spin or contact. I don't think so. He must have been alone there. I will try to seek for the replay to see if we can get that.
I think it was all alone.
I'll check the.
Oh, under braking, the number 95 lost lost control. Maybe the track is too wet for the car right now. But it is a very, 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 very important mistake from Levent IPEC, because second place is under threat from Sarantidis. Sarantidis will be aware of the mistake from the Ferrari and will start push. 37 minutes to go. One more pit stop. It's almost an hour since the 19 pitted, so we're waiting and waiting. Maybe they will go until the end and pit something like 10 minutes before the end of the race. 5 minutes, 8 minutes. We won't know. We won't know. The gap from Apostle to IPEC is 20.8 seconds. .9, 1.8. Takur is closing in. He has a small wiggle mid-corner. The 32 is going a little bit slowly. 53 last lap from clearance, 53.0 to be exact. 51.9 from Sarantidis. IPEC did a 58.7, so he lost 6 seconds.
Yeah, a bad lap from IPEC, but still maintains a gap of about 13 seconds to Sarantidis, something like that.
Do we know when? Okay, Rosu pitted 49 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Let me check a bit what's happening there.
Plus 35 minutes. That is one.
Rosu is in the most conservative map currently, so he's trying to survive there without pitting again.
That will be interesting from the Aston Martin.
Which means that he's doing an interesting.
Strategies are wide open.
They have done the most solid race so far.
No, sorry, it's the other way around. It's the other way around. He's in the most aggressive mapping.
Oh, okay.
That's why he's resisting Sarantidis.
And he's closing in on IPEC. He's faster also than Takur and Apostol. Fastest one on track right now is Sarantidis in P6 and Kokinis, the two...
Right behind him, yeah.
Yeah, the two road runners. The Pip Pip and the Vroom Vroom cars.
But it's a problem for Sarantidis, the fact that Roshu is still there.
Yep.
It's not gonna be easy. Roshu seems to be able to put up a fight. Ever since Sarantidis came out of the pits, he was there right behind George Roshu, but not in a position to even attempt a clear attack until now.
Yes, you cannot get him on the straights, and in the closed part of the circuit, it's very difficult to try something. If Roshu doesn't do a mistake.
Certainly.
Yellow flag for Takur. Takur is on the barriers, reversing, re-entering the track.
He was very, very close to Seb Apostol. Less than 2 seconds already.
Oh, he lost it on his own. He hit the barriers.
That's a shame. That would have been
huge mistake from Takur.
I tried to use the replay, but it's totally off. So does nothing.
On acceleration, he lost the rear of the car and he smashed into the barriers. Not by much. It wasn't a heavy contact, but I'm sure he might have some sort of...
Sarantidis on the straight. He manages to place in the last corner his Porsche in front of Roshu, but Aston Martin is pretty fast on the straight. Let's see what will happen in T1. He's trying to block him out now.
One position gained for Sarantidis.
Yep, it worked.
Okay, so the fight is on now. Sarantidis can start clawing time to Ipek, and that will get him closer to a potential podium, which is where he wants to be. Apostol made no impression on Klironomos last time around. Again, a lap with difficulties for him. 6 seconds is the gap, so he's not getting up to Klironomos. He's not gaining enough. This is another thing that Sarantidis looks forward to see whether Klironomos might lose some time with Sebastian Apostol.
Ipek had a small issue with a back marker there. I believe it was Balkan, maybe, yes. Lost some more time there.
5.7 up front, and then it's 13 seconds between Apostol and Takur.
Ipek went wide at the exit of the last corner.
Yeah.
And it's very interesting. The fastest lap of the race for the number 6 is 1:48.1, and now the lap time is 5 seconds lower, 53.1 last time out.
Clearly the track is now at its wettest, and then
yes,
we can see that the rain will decrease until the end of the proceedings. So we might expect the pace to get a bit better in a few laps time.
Even though he had an often a contact with the barriers, Takur gained 7/10 to Apostol. Apostol 53.6, half a second slower even than Klironomos.
Again, a bad lap for him. A bad lap for Ipek as well. Sarantidis says thank you, and he's the fastest in the race in the last lap. The only one who's close is Vasigrama.
Final half an hour, final 30 minutes. It will be a thriller.
We still don't know. We still don't know who's gonna be on the podium in this race. 6 cars, in my opinion, have a chance, because now even George Roshu is still there next to Sarantidis. So whenever someone ahead like Seb Apostol will pit, he might end up P6. This is the worst that can happen.
52.5 for Kleronomos, 52.9. Again, Kleronomos faster than Apostol. Interesting.
So Kleronomos was simply saving fuel in the beginning of his stint, I assume.
Yeah.
And now he is changing his mapping.
No,
Slower.
he's still
Takur was slower last time out.
Sorry, what?
Where is it?
Alex said something.
I was saying that Kleronomos seems to be still in this conservative mapping. So it's up to the others to be faster than they are. Sivamikinet is pitting again. Giving the car to Andrei Mikla for the end of this race, but dropping down from P7 with the other cars not necessarily up for another pit stop, so it seems. So Apostol versus Sarantidis, the difference now is 31 seconds. The pit stop will be about 35, 40. 131 has spun out. It's Kokinis.
Mikinet has exited the pits for the 54. Kodoyanis is now in P8. When was the last time he pitted? 1 hour and 11 minutes ago. That's interesting. Very interesting strategy for the second Omega car right there. What are the lap times now? 52.8.
Yes, for Kleronomos, and we're waiting for Sebastian Apostol.
52.
Yeah,
6 tenths.
Not much. We need to compare him with Sarantidis. Sarantidis is clearly faster than Apostol, which means that he's gonna finish ahead. Apostol. Will Sarantidis catch Ipek? This is the question, in my opinion. Ipek 52.3 last time around.
Will Ipek stop?
Probably not. He's attempting
We are not sure.
Yeah.
to go long. Neither does Takur. Both of them are trying to survive there, which means that Sarantidis needs to catch up to them.
He's the fastest
9
man on the
seconds.
track right now, but
9 seconds to Ipek, another 9 to Takur. That's his mission now.
As of now, we are sure that Kleronomos goes to the end. We are not sure for Ipek, and we believe that both Apostol and Takur still have one more stop to go. Sarantidis is fighting for the podium. He's in P5, he's chasing Ipek. He took 6.5 tenths in the last lap. He has 2.9 second gap to Rosu in P6, and then it's Gunesu in P7, half a minute behind, and Kondoyanis 0.9 behind him. This is an interesting battle. We don't know. Yes, both will pit again. Maybe Kondoyanis will pit again. He's 1 hour and 30 minutes into his still 26 minutes to go in the race.
information
And everything is possible. Yes,
from the game space crew of Prokos and Parthenis. They had technical difficulties. For some reason they couldn't fit on the wet tires, and the only option for them was the dry, so they decided to call it a day.
That's very bad. Oh, mistake from the 95. Ipek off the track. He was unsettled at the exit of the penultimate corner. He was on the curb. The Ferrari almost hit the barriers, almost hit the wall there. He avoided contact with the wall. Very nice driving from Levent. Ipek kept it somewhere on the road, and he just lost position to the McLaren, not a position in the standings, but a position on track. His lap time was a 54.0. He lost more than 2 seconds from Sarantidis, who is closing very fast. Gap to Takur 9.3. Takur has lost touch now with Apostol even on lap times. And in the back of my mind, I still believe that maybe the 19 will not pit again. Let's see. 999.
I don't think they can pull it off. I really don't think so. I think they're just not having the right pace now, the BMW. Closing in on Klironomos, 4 seconds is the gap now. He will lead just for a short while probably. Seb Apostol will have a fight there. It will only help Sarantidis, who has gained another 2 seconds on Klironomos last time around. It's a bit too much, yeah. I cannot see Sarantidis catching up to Klironomos at this pace if nothing happens in front. But what if it does?
So Takur is 54 minutes into his stint. There are 24 minutes to go. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know.
Depends on when it's gonna, when the leader is gonna cross the finish line and stuff like that.
Yes, he had full service. Takur, 58 second total spent time in the pits.
Now there's some traffic ahead of Sebastian Apostol. Yeah, he's cruising through the cars. One of them has been overtook. It was a sister BMW, a Turkish BMW. And now he has Kotoyanis, the 999 in front, which is obviously an Omega car that will not make it easy for Apostol. But I think everybody knows that Apostol is due pit stop, so there's no point in blocking him, even if he catches up to Klironomos. That's no issue.
Yes, I will let you by. Yes, I will obey the blue flags, but you will lose 1 or 2, maybe 2.5 seconds compared to your opposition. These are mind games. I think they are inevitable, but Kontoyanis is still ahead. I don't know if he can pull ahead and increase the gap to Apostol, then it's perfectly fine. But if he costs Apostol time, then he has to let him by. Yes, indeed he does. And I'm curious to see whether the BMW lost time or not.
It's interesting because now Kotoyanis was going to be caught up by Vasigrama.
Yes, he's also in battle for position. Mikinet, again the pits, Mikinet?
Not expecting this to happen.
He was 5 minutes into his stint. Something went horribly wrong there for the 55. So they will not improve their best result. 52.6 for Apostol. So he didn't lose time. He actually gained from Klironomos 3/10.
Not enough, not a lot, but Sarantidis again taking more than 2 seconds out of Klironomos. Calculate what can he win here? Another, let's say, 12 laps, so maximum of like 24 seconds to be gained. Klironomos is...
Oh, Klironomos spun out of the track somehow. He managed to keep control.
This is gonna be tight.
Yep.
This is gonna be tight. He had, I was saying, about 33 seconds. With Sarantidis catching him out with a rate of 2 seconds per lap, would finish less than 10 seconds behind, but that was before the spin. So if he keeps on making mistakes, the pressure will only mount, and this is what's gonna happen, especially if Apostol starts harassing him, which should be up for grabs from this moment upwards. Apostol is there with Klironomos.
Klironomos just drifted wide.
Again, a wobble from Klironomos mid-corner there. The Porsche is a nervous beast again. Needs to brake. Apostol needs to brake, not to clatter into the back of Klironomos. Klironomos should let him pass because it's a big risk here. If Apostol tags him into a spin, then he might lose the victory, and this would be good for the BMW, despite getting a penalty. Omega not winning the race is a disaster for Omega in these conditions. He's defending into turn 1, but I don't think he has a realistic chance here.
Almost lost it! Almost lost it at turn 1.
That was a competition of who drifts better. Now Apostol regains control behind them. There's a battle for P9. Direct fight for between the Astons of Kotoyanis and Grama. Yeah, they have their battle. And Kotoyanis had to break in reaction there, not to interfere with Apostol.
Something's going on with the rain because everybody seems to be struggling a bit.
Yes, we're down to 55 for the leader. So basically, Sarantidis took 5 seconds out of Klironomos in this lap with Klironomos' mistake. And now they are slow. Of course, they have been battling as well. So Klironomos was quite slow naturally, and now he's even slower because he has to defend. Apostol comes back. Apostol comes back for more. He's gonna attempt probably something different than the outside of turn 1, since he saw how much water there is there. Let's see if there's a wobble for the Porsche. No, this time it's stable here in this fast corner on the outside of the Crocodile. Again, when he's gonna be on the accelerator, he risks a lot in that Porsche car. It can easily destabilize. And now he's quite precise there, Klironomos in the last corner, way more precise than Apostol. He hugs the inside line in the last corner. He doesn't want to risk absolutely anything now, but they will both be very, very slow in such lap times. 53.7 for both of them. Takur will be a bit faster. Let's see. Apostol does the exact same thing, and I assume it's gonna be the exact same consequence.
Oh, he goes off track this time.
No,
it was close.
That painted area of tarmac has absolutely no grip at all, so nothing to gain for Apostol there. Harassment continues. Sarantidis will be close to EPEC the next lap. That's again a reality.
Oh, Apostol loses it! Apostol loses it! It's the same! Almost the same thing that happened to Klironomos. And now Kotoyanis will play his part. He leaves the space, almost touches, and he's at risk of losing a position.
Grama only wanted that. Everybody is pushing. This is a wonderful end of race. Sarantidis didn't win 2 seconds despite the top 2 fighting. He's now he has won only 1.6 seconds in the last lap compared to Klironomos, which is strange. Let's say
I think he had traffic with the McLaren of the which one is it? The 77 McLaren of Konstantin. He's now pushing IPEC 4 position, and now we're waiting for Apostol and Takur to pit. But what will happen between Klironomos and Apostol? Gap now 1.2 seconds. I think.
Yeah, the best thing for Klironomos would be to see Apostol heading for the pit lane, but
yes,
I don't think, given that Dragos Simeon has lasted for 85 minutes, I think that Apostol will do at least 80. So I'm not really expecting him now to be heading for the pits in like 2 or 3 laps, maybe something like that.
We're expecting him in the
IPEC under pressure. IPEC under pressure from Sarantidis in the last corner, and Sarantidis needs to get past as fast as he can, because Nikos Takur is 8 seconds up the road, and he wants to reach Takur as well until the end of the race. This was a good lap. Again, 1 minute 50 for Sarantidis, 1 minute 53 from the leader. Again, not enough, but still a beauty of a lap from Sarantidis.
Oh, Sarantidis closing in a lot in the twisty section of the first.
I think we have lost the 16 car. Where is George Rocho? I don't see him on the standings.
The 16?
Yep, she's gone.
Grama.
The 26, sorry.
The 20. Yes, indeed.
He's gone.
I saw the tower on the left going from 21 to 20 earlier, but I didn't know who was it. It wasn't
exactly. It's George Rocho. It's George Rocho we're losing. Yeah, unfortunately, right behind Sarantidis, and that's important because that was a place that Apostol could have lost, and now he's not losing it. There's a Ferrari on the outside of the Crocodile Bend there. Apostol close to Klironomos. Let's see if he's heading towards the pit lane now or not. No, not the case. He's forcing Klironomos to defend in the last corner, but he cannot head for the apex fast enough to be able to do the over and under. Switch back there. There's going to be another race towards the first corner. Again, Klironomos has to defend. Again, Apostol gets out of the draft there, but Klironomos moves towards him. Interesting there. Almost a touch. Almost a touch.
Brilliant is defending there.
It's hard to predict the pace of Klironomos. He's obviously slow when he's outside the racing line, but Apostol did really well, at least 3 times, not to tag him into a spin until now, not to decide who wins this race in a way that's unprecedented. Again, he needs to defend. He needs to defend all the time. This is the move. This is the move. Apostol moves past.
So the lead changes as Sarantidis overtakes Ipek or not, side by side the 2, then 5. Ipek must be very, very careful. A podium is at stake here. Sarantidis stays behind the Ferrari.
And there's a BMW that moves out of the way for both cars. Yes.
Gently. Now, what will Apostol do? What can he do? The only thing he can do is pull away. Honestly,
is not much. Honestly, now Klironomos will be caught by Vasigrama. Vasigrama also has the pace there. Apostol will be heading towards the pit lane now or the next lap, I guess. Something like that, by my calculations. Let's see. No, not now. Apostol remains in P1 for now. But as I said, it's just a context. He doesn't have enough fuel. Who is it?
Saritas who spun.
Fatih Saritas 0.8. Klironomos stays within a second from Apostol. 12, less than 13 minutes to go.
Oh, and he's drifting wide. He's drifting wide, but he recovers in front of Klironomos. Oh, and it's a tag. It's a tag there. It's a tag there. This is gonna be crazy. Absolutely crazy now. And the back markers can play a role. Let's see what Vasigrama does in this fight. What an absolute crazy battle here with Kotoyanis trying to be patient, trying not to impede the sister Omega car. But Seb is wide in many corners there.
Oh,
again he's off the racetrack as he's pushing and forcing more moves in reaction from the cars behind. Train is forming there. 4 cars for now, but more cars are approaching. Let's see if he's gonna stay in the lead again
for the 19.
Will he head towards the pit lane now? That's the question. Is it the end of Apostol in the lead? No, not yet.
Okay, one more lap for the BMW.
Yes, at least one more.
At least one more lap. Things are getting heated. Meanwhile, Takur is closing. Let's see his lap time now. He exits the final corner. It will be a 52.3. He took almost 2 seconds from the lead. Sarantidis 50.4. He took almost 4 seconds, and he's 16 behind Klironomos, who is the effective leader of the race with 10 minutes to go.
It's still too much. It's still too much. It's impossible.
Well,
it's impossible. But let's see what Vasigrama does. He's acting impatient there in 8th place. He's clearly faster than Klironomos. Klironomos should let him pass.
Yes, he should, but Grama has 23 seconds got to Psifidis in P7. So
it doesn't matter. He's just pushing it for his own sake, just because he's comfortable in the Aston Martin, way more comfortable than Klironomos. It's not like he has someone to catch. He's just racing away from Kotoyanis and Lampru. Lampru has come from miles behind just because here everyone is slow.
Yes, they are slow, and I think what Kleronomos needs to do with 10 minutes to go is to let these 3 cars by, because they are fighting for
Three
P8.
cars are a bit too much. 3 cars are a bit too much, I would say. But maybe have his teammate watch his back. Maybe let Grama and not the others as well. Sebapostol finishes another lap.
Now.
Yeah, it's the end of this momentous lead. Yeah, it's gonna be a short pit stop, but still he's gonna fall down to P5, and that's where this car is gonna finish. So they will be losing a lot of positions, in my opinion. Very short pit stop now, just a little splash of fuel, but Ipek will be there in no time. Takur has passed.
51.9 for Takur. He's pushing now. I don't know what has changed, because he improved his pace by 1 second. Takur. Maybe
Kleronomos still holding Grama behind. Maybe there's a decision there to help Kodoyanis as well. I don't know. Any risk at all for that?
Apostol rejoins in 5th place, but he's far off Ipek, and I don't think he can catch Ipek until the end of this race. The gap is quite big. We'll see just how big it is when Apostol crosses any sort of marker on this racetrack.
9 seconds stationary.
And 9 seconds almost is the gap to Ipek. Let's see if he can get one more position.
Sarantidis 3 seconds behind Takur. Battle for P2 and the great battle for P8. Grama Kondogiannis Lando 3. Astons fighting. This is not over. This is not over. Stay tuned. Invite your friends to watch this thrilling finale of round 3 of the Balkan GT Challenge, brought to you by F1 Action. Oh, off the track for Kleronomos.
That's pressure scary. Is on. This is the hardest possible scenario to put Kleronomos in his debut for the Balkan Challenge. He got the car in a very good position from Haris Mitropoulos after his 100 minutes, but now Kleronomos should let Vasi Grama pass. Let's see if he does that or not. Vasi Grama remains in a position where he doesn't really attack, and all these 3 Aston Martins are clearly a stress that Kleronomos doesn't need.
Exactly.
Will he decide that a buffer of 3 cars is better than letting them by and trying to hold his own pace? We'll see about that.
He lost 1.5 seconds to Takur. Takur has been in the car for 1 hour and 12 minutes.
Takur drives brilliantly. Given the situation, he needs to fuel save and still does it way better than Kleronomos. He has caught up from a big distance to the Omega car, which is clearly struggling at the end of this race. Again, missing the braking point. Yeah, Grama is there, close behind him. Also, Kotoyanis and Lamperu. So in theory, we are not expecting any more pit stops unless somebody really played it very wrong. It depends at the end of 180 minutes. How much time will it take for the leader to cross the finish line and then the other cars to cross the line themselves? It can be after almost 2 plus 2 minutes, you know. That's the worst scenario. Again, Vasi Grama very close to the leader. Kleronomos 52.8. That's not a bad lap time.
Nope.
What will Takur put on the table now?
Grama is not attacking, so I don't think Grama wants to get by Kleronomos at this point of the race.
Again, Takur, 1 second. It's enough. It's enough for Kleronomos.
Yes.
1 second. Losing 1 second is fine. Sarantidis took 2 seconds out of him, but he's clearly running out of time. We're gonna have 3 more laps. This one and 2 more. This one and 2 more.
Graham almost lost it there. He had his chance to
There's
attack.
only one mistake from Grama, and everything will be totally detonated in this fight.
Yes. Indeed, Sarantidis 0.8 behind Takur now. He's closing in for P2. The Beep Beep team, the Porsche 777, has 27 points in the championship. 2 less than Team Anatolia, the 95, and 5 less than Omega. The gap will increase, but they will reduce the gap to Rapid Esports team, the number 19. Something 0.5. We don't know where to focus right now. 0.3 has all the time in the world. No, Takur lets him by. Oh, there's a dance. Oh my goodness me! Sarantidis almost lost it side by side. The Porsche and the Honda. It seemed to me that Takur was leaving space for Sarantidis to pass him, but somehow they ended up in a contact in the middle of the corner. That increases the gap to Klironomos by 1 second. It was 7.5, now 8.6 with 2 laps to go.
Okay, Sarantidis took 1.3 seconds, 2 laps to go. Absolutely no issue. If Grama doesn't interfere with Klironomos, nothing can happen here. What can happen is to see whether Ipek can close in on Takur. Highly unlikely as well. This has been a very, very close race. What can I say? Top 5 in less than 25 seconds after 3 hours. That's pure quality.
Yeah,
I would say 4 different car makes, all 3 countries represented in this battle, and yeah, there was no dominance from any crew on the day. Apostol will finish P5, but without a drive-through that would have been P1. So basically this is how close it is, and it's very nice to see it this way.
everything is open. Everything is open for the last race.
We have a battle for P9, not happening. Lampru is not attacking Kotoyanis. He's been there for quite a while. But between Gunesh and Sifidis, not so sure. Maybe something can happen there.
'56, 55, 54, 53, 52, 51, 50, 49. Okay, so he has to do a 1 minute 51 to finish the race. Klironomos in the final lap. In his place, I would let the 3 Aston Martins go by just to be 100% sure he's on the final lap of the race. Vangelis Klironomos for Omega Esports, they are going. They are less than 3 kilometers from their second consecutive win of the season, and championship will go down to the wire, down to the final race of the season. They hold the first place right now, the 30 points plus the 2 of the fastest lap of the race. They will take 16 more points from the number 19 of Rapid, and the gap will be just 2 points going in the final round of the season at the Nürburgring. Not many corners left to go for Klironomos and Omega Esports. The number 16 of Grama is close, but he's not trying anything. This has been the case for the past almost 10 minutes. 95 laps, the duration of this race. Not many corners to go. 4 corners gap, 5 seconds to Sarantidis. Now 3 corners. 2 corners. Final corner of the race. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. And Omega Esports, Vangelis Kleronomos takes the win at the Kyalami 3 hours. Amazing race for Omega Esports. Polemarchos Sarantidis finishes second, 1-2 for Porsche. Amazing result for Roadrunner Esports, beep beep. Nikos Takur, Elasimex, missed Apex, P3. Levent Ipek, 4th place with a 95 Ferrari. And Sebastian Apostol for Rapid Esports in P5. What a race. Battle for P6. 3 tenths, Alex.
They're still close. Psifidis behind Guneishu. Will he have a chance until the end of the race? It doesn't seem so. Bad exit from the left hander there. Another small chance to do something. We'll see whether he can claim this place. Kotoyanis, Lampro, Mikla scored already, have been classified already. A lap down. Zibovski, Tufano, Kokinis also have crossed the finish line. And in here, Guneishu makes no mistake in the last corner. And it's going to be a brilliant result for the 83 as well. They finish ahead of Psifidis. Vasi Grama has been let past Kleronomos. Kleronomos has slowed in order not to make another extra lap and take the finishing line. So Grama will be classified the same lap as the leader in 8th place. Again, this has been total domination in the end from the Greek contingent. Top 3, complete podium from the Greeks. Top 4 in less than 10 seconds. This is what we came here for. What can I say? Yeah, we're gonna have a finale. We're gonna have the finale that we were expecting. It's gonna be winner takes all between Rapid and Omega at the Nürburgring in 4 weeks' time.
And I think Roadrunner will be in the mathematical chances.
Very possible.
And,
yeah.
Very possible. And Team Anatolia. But they depend on
the results of the
what
others.
do as well. They need a more complicated way of the cards falling out. Whilst for Omega and Rapid is gonna be very, very clear what they have to do.
That will be a thriller there.
And in there, I'm starting to preview the finale a bit. It's gonna be very important to see what would be the scenario for Rapid. Rapid has been weakened today with only one crew heading for this race. But when they have 2 crews, I'm not saying that what happened in Silverstone will happen again. But still, if it's going to be 2v1 at the start, 2 strategies or something like that, that Omega must cover, it's really essential to have those 2 cars. Because the second Omega car didn't prove a good enough pace to be able to matter in a fight for victory on a dry track, for instance, or in any sort of conditions.
We witnessed 3 amazing hours of racing in the rain at Kyalami. Omega Esports took the win and the pole position and the fastest lap, and now they are in contention for the championship. It will go down to the wire. May 6th, the last race of the season, if I am not mistaken, at the Nürburgring. Guys, we saw the closest finish of the season. Only 3.9 seconds the gap was in the end, and the Honda of Takur was another 4 seconds behind it. What would have happened if Takur didn't hit the wall, or maybe if the 19 had tried a little bit harder to do only one stop, that would have changed the race. Or maybe if they didn't have the penalty, the drive-through penalty. We are set for an amazing finale, a great finale in our Season 0, and I am pretty sure that this Season 0 will eventually become Season 1 next year, and it will continue for many more years.
I hope so too. To me, it's obvious that we have set a base for a spectacular competition. I know already that some other countries from the Balkan areas have already questioned about their possible integration in the future, and that's exactly the idea behind our concept. We obviously want to extend the invitation to everyone in the region for Season 1. There will be more than these 3 nations that are the backbone of this championship, the ones that have accepted to start this, to set the base, the foundation for the Balkan series. It's only Balkan, with all the Balkan countries around involved, and I hope that they are convinced of what we have displayed, and of course watch the finale as well, in order to be anxious to be here probably in September.
At this point, I would like to thank everyone who watched the race with us. I would like to thank the drivers, the teams who participated and gave us such an amazing race. Unfortunately, I have to leave you a little bit early, and of course, thank you to Alex and Lefteris for their company in the commentary booth. I leave you to those two. It's a good night for me. See you in 4 weeks' time for the final at the Nürburgring. So, guys, it's up to you now. Goodbye.
Thank you,
Good
Stathis.
night.
Thank you, Stathis.
Ciao, ciao.
Thank you. Good night. Nobody seems to be joining us for the interview so far, Alex. I don't know why the drivers are taking so long this time to join the booth.
Because they need to change their clothes. They've been out in the wet, probably.
Don't want to catch a cold, yeah.
Yep. Obviously, but yeah, we are here to wait on the 3 podium cars. It's I see them; they're very active. Some of them here in the commentary, and now they're starting to join us.
Finally, okay. So we're waiting for Klironomos and Mitropoulos, if they're listening, or if any of you guys, Stelios or Polemarchos, can... okay, we have Vangelis. We're waiting for Harris.
Harris can make it.
Okay.
I'm here for him, actually, yeah.
We have a
Nice.
spokesperson, okay, we have a spokesperson for Harris, and we're waiting for their 3rd crew. Any information on that, guys, if they're joining us for the interviews?
We personally don't know, but I guess if they listen to the broadcast, they should come over.
Okay, Alex, just to gain some time, if you wanna start with the winners of the race and move on then, and hopefully they will join us by that time.
Yes, absolutely. It's been a tale of 2 halves of this race for the winners, for Omega Esports. 2nd consecutive victory here, and it's a step in the right direction for them. Up back to an open championship fight at the current time. This has been a race that was quite easy in the beginning for Haris Mitropoulos in the lead. But from then on, it was way harder to get up to those 80 minutes of fuel saving. Vangelis, we have you here. It's your first time in the Balkan series, and you've been thrown at the top end in one of the most difficult scenarios in the wet, with one eye on the opposition and one eye on the fuel calculations. How hard was it for you?
Good evening. Congratulations to everyone who participated. It was a gamble, to be honest. We didn't know if we were going to make it, but it was a team effort. Dimitris will tell you all about it. My job is to keep it on the road and make it to the end.
Well, you did it brilliantly. So let's pass on to Dimitris with a small question. How much fuel was it left in the tank of Vangelis Klironomos when he crossed the finish line?
We cannot disclose that information, unfortunately.
Okay.
But yeah, as Vangelis said, it was a strategy that we somehow gambled upon. But after the stint from Harris, we were pretty sure that we could make it with Vangelis. We had some targets to hit in order to make it to the finish line without any extra pit stops. We made it. We're very happy about it. As Vangelis said, it was a team effort. So yeah.
The complicated bit was the fact that some cars were catching up to you. They were on different strategies. Sometimes you decided to let some cars pass easily, sometimes not so. Some of the back markers were really behaving in the end, not really attacking you, confident of staying behind. Were you anxious at any point?
Obviously, you have some anxiety and some nervousness when you see faster cars approaching you, but we were pretty sure about most of them that they were either gonna pit again or not catch us at all. So we knew that we could actually be on top of them once the pit stop window for them finished, once they left the pit lane, and we were actually not in a fight with Polemarchos and Stelios. We knew that they would go back into the pit stop to do one more pit stop. Excuse me. We were not sure about the BMW that caught upon us. I think it was Apostol who was driving at that moment. So we had a bit of a fight there, but once we saw that they pitted too, we were pretty sure that we could make it.
I would like to switch on after, of course, a round of congratulations for this victory to the P2 crew, one that had the exact same car as the winners, that had high hopes in the beginning, but in hindsight, was the free stopping strategy the right one? Because I called it during the race as maybe not the optimal one. And if you feel like contradicting me and telling me now that this was the fastest way of doing these 3 hours, then it's up to you to make your case now.
Hello to everybody and to the guys that watched the race today, and to all the people that race with us. It was a fantastic and difficult race. For sure, the strategy was a gamble for us. We saw that we had the pace. In the beginning, we had the same strategy. We was thinking about the same strategy as the guys, Mitropoulos and Klironomos. But after that, we saw we had the pace, and we were hoping that we wouldn't catch up so much traffic. The second stint of Polemarchos was a disaster. It was so much traffic. He lost so much time. But in the end, we managed to close the gap and finish on P2. And if we didn't have so much traffic in front, maybe the win was possible. I don't know. For sure, the result shows that the strongest strategy was the one that won. So I think that was the best strategy.
Obviously, this is the risk when you are pitting more times than the opposition. Of course, you're gonna show your pace. You're gonna be as fast as possible, be it dry or wet. It doesn't really matter. But sometimes it would mean passing other cars. So, Polemarchos, how hard was it after the first pit stop to get up to grabs in that four-way battle? It took you quite a long time to be able to express that pace when you were behind some cars that weren't really slow.
Hello, everybody. Yeah, it was really tough because I couldn't see anything. The water was, what can I say? Just I couldn't see anything. And if you are behind from 4 cars, it's a disaster. So I was patient, and I managed to pass one by the time,
Are you even thinking about this outside chance for the title that this result keeps you in the hunt for the Nürburgring finale. I think you have been overachievers. You did very good races up until now, and the math. I don't know it precisely, but surely you have an outside chance to be the first Balkan champions, not just leave it between Omega and Rapid in the finale. How will you play out at the Nürburgring?
For us, Polemarchos, go ahead.
No.
I think for us, the main reason is to have a good race, have fun, and support our country to win. And maybe if we can win the championship. But let's be honest, we lost the race, the last race, and our chances are relied on the bad luck of others. So I don't want anybody to have a bad luck. So we will do our best. I hope everybody will have last good race and to have fun.
Well, I'm sure a lot of people had fun here, and also the car in P3, the first non-Porsche of this race. It was this beautiful attacking drive from the Honda car. First time we see it actually shine at the top end and score a podium in the Balkan Challenge. So I'll pass on the microphone to Nikos Takur for a short evaluation of how this race panned out for them. From us, it seemed like the Honda had the pace. Sometimes it was inconsistent in the hands of his teammate, but in the end, they were really close.
Hello to everybody. At first, I want to congratulate everyone that participated to this very challenging race. We decided to go to two pit stop strategy. It seems to go well. Actually, George, it may be a little bit inconsistent, but he's very fast in the end, and he had two very good stints. Had the last and the longest one. I was quicker than the leaders, and I thought that we're gonna make it, but I got frustrated actually from a back marker and crashed the car. And from this point on, it was just a race. I just want to finish.
Well, you did finish, and you finished brilliantly. Lefteri, do you have any more questions for our podium occupants?
No. You pretty much covered everything that we saw. It was a battle in as if we were watching a match of chess players fighting each other. We saw all possible scenarios, I think, regarding the strategies that any team could play out. And yes, it's a brilliant result for the event, considering the points each team scored, heading towards the last race. So we have at least 3 teams that have mathematical chances to claim the first Balkan GT title. Very difficult conditions today in the race, but they played that really nicely. We had minimal events. I mean, if we take out the opening lap at turn 1, I believe you all agree with me that we had pretty clean battles, and although things got hectic, and towards the end of the race, everybody kept their calm, and they performed really well and gave us a very good show, and something to certainly wait for the last race.
I would like to finish with a question towards the winners, either Vagelis or Dimitris, whoever wants to pick it up. You've had a race in your domestic league here at Kyalami a few days ago, and now you had this Balkan race, which was I don't know, more hotly contested and more stressful from your perspective. Can you compare now the level that you have in your domestic league, which is obviously high enough? I've seen a lot of races from F1 action, to what we have seen today.
I don't drive. I'm not a driver. I was a strategist for today, and I don't drive in the F1 Action Series. But in all honesty, I think that it was, even though it was the same track, from our perspective, the different conditions were pretty much, I don't know, they played a huge role in terms of how we tried to prepare for today's race compared to Wednesday's race, because rain does affect a lot of aspects in the driving and in the setup of the car, on the setup of the car. So obviously the drivers had to amount to that. Plus, from my point of view, from the strategy point of view, we had to account to tire pressures and fuel consumption, which is pretty much not relevant if you have data from a dry race. A dry race and a wet race have so many similarities as I have with a giraffe. So obviously we had to amount to that too. But yeah, I think Vangelis can maybe say something about the track or the feel of the track itself.
I think the only difference is that here you account for others, but in Wednesdays it's much more competitive, but you can't do only for yourself. You crash, you leave. Now you have a responsibility. Everything must go well.
Well, it certainly did go well for you. Of course, in the wet, it's also hard from a driver, from a strategist perspective, to be consistent, to think about a series of lap times, all of them in a similar tenth of a second. There's a whole different complexity, and yeah, we'll see how the finale pans out. This has been a lovely race. I would like to thank everyone, drivers, teams, personnel, fans, everyone who's following us, and of course the whole structure behind, for all the effort that has been put to run this race and this championship. And from my perspective, see you all on the 6th of May, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I just checked my calendar, and it is on the 6th of May at the Nürburgring for another 3 hours. And from this moment on, I leave it on to Lefteri to end this beautiful evening of racing.
Well, I will just repeat whatever Alexander said. We will be waiting for the last race. It will be, you can call it a grand final. Everybody will be close. Congratulations to the winners today of Omega Sports. Congratulations especially to Vangelis. This is his very first victory in a GT3 series. He has won GT4 races in the GT4 series, but although it is a team effort that brought the car to the finale, to the first place, it's the first time that we see him cross the checkered flag first. And congratulations, of course, to the podium and to the whole of the grid. Thank you, everybody, for staying this long to watch this Balkan GT series for the very first time that takes place in front of your screens, and there is more to come. And hopefully we will see you all to a race that you have to be there. You simply have to be there. Everything will be played down to Nürburgring. So good night to all of you. Take care. Have a lovely rest of the weekend, and see you soon.
Legend behavior, legend behavior, legend. Y'all know what time it is. Locked in. Play. I make the rules, rack up the jewels, make it look smooth. You know how I do. Running this kingdom, wish you could be. Better look up, cause that's when you feel it. Give me the crown now. Cause I own the throne now. I hold the scroll now. I'm in control now. Ruling the game. I'm ruling the game.